Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Dude.
Good day. Hello. Welcome in. I know I said I was going to be live at noon today, and we're a little early in a surprise to everyone, except myself, who was like, oh, I'm going to go live at 11:30 today. Yes, we're not going to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I had to take a walk before stream because I've been steeped on the internet all morning, and I had to clear my head so anyway, I know we have opinions. The call, what the hell am I even saying? The clock is working. The closed captions are working. If the closed captions are working, that means that the microphone is working, because the one, in fact, doesn't work without the other. Let's go live and say hello. Welcome. Let me scroll back up because we got hellos. Twinderella, welcome in. Good morning to you. Boris, welcome. Hello. So Fluff, welcome. Good morning. Gold star. Ding. I feel like I want to add a little sound when the gold star gets redeemed. The like ding, like a little sparkle sound or something. I don't know. It could be cute. Fellas, welcome in. Hello. I also want to add a sound for when someone triggers the flirt bot. Anyway, Velas, I'm all for some nice relaxing baking of cookies. Yes, the relaxing. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't know that the baking process itself is going to be so relaxing, but I understand the sentiment. I understand what you're saying, and that's what I would like today too. Now. So let me hold on. Let me say hi. Let me say hi just in the general. Liz, I feel like it's one, good morning. Two, I kept seeing over and over last night the meme from the show with the guy, the guy and the woman. You'll know what I'm saying when I say it, but the woman's name is like Liz Lemon or something like that. And it has the guy from Saturday Night Live in it, where she's like, what a week, huh? And he's like, Lemon, it's Wednesday. That's what I feel like. Yes, bury my head in the sand of the proverbial baking of cookies. Fellas, happy to have you here. We're gonna bake at a minimum today, 58 cookies. At a maximum today, we're gonna bake 109. We're not gonna get to 109. We're not going to bake all those cookies though. I'm going to freeze some of them because we made a lot. $200 says I need to get the fuck off the internet. Yeah, yes. So Fluff, how are the kittens? The kittens are great. The kittens are doing wonderfully. They are moving to solid food. They're very active. They're moving to the basement today. They've been in a back room today. They've been in the back room since they came into the house, and now they're moving to a room where they can sort of have more space to roam. Not reading the comments is self-care. Not being on the internet is self-care. I'd love the sound. I'd love the sound too. I'm actually going to write that down because I had that thought, and then I'm like, oh, it's going to be gone. The thought will be gone. That's not the right string. Here we go. Sound for gold star. I already have it. I have the other one written down for the flirt bot. Anyway, Fudge Darling, welcome in. Hello. Amber, welcome in. Hello. Wilma, welcome in. Hello. Dude Mesa, welcome. Good to have you. Catalina Gearbox, hi. Have I tried hymns before? I'm not, no. That's a weird question. How complicated was day one of the cookies? Very complicated. It was 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 19 seconds worth of stream. We made 109 cookie balls, and that's it. I plan to do a lot more. Yeah, what the fuck? What kind of question is that, Amber? That's a weird one. Yeah, like regardless of which product Hims makes that you're talking about, that's offensive. Like I'm like weirdly offended by that. Not weirdly offended, but like they all make products for like mass, I don't know, personal problems. Which problem are you implying that I have? I feel implied upon. Anyway, so what's for lunch? Nothing. Was thinking about this earlier. Cool, stop. Hear me, Amber, when I say stop. Stop means stop. It means stop bringing it up, and it means stop talking about it. You can chat about something else, or you can leave today. Pick one. Don't apologize. Don't say anything else. Stop. Okay, so yeah, day number one was very complicated. Day number two, not so complicated. I already have the bags made. They are here. Breathes deeply. I know. I know. I know. Listen, I'm not offended. I just don't want to be mad. And I'm not there yet. Did I taste the dough? I did, and it is great. You know what else I tasted, Liz? Why the fuck is that not working? There it is. I broke up the rest of that pecan brittle. And then I proceeded to eat most of it yesterday. Velos, nothing. What are you in trouble for? Nothing. I proceeded to eat like basically all of the pecan brittle last night. Calvin ate some of it, declared it delicious. We know you're not offended. No, I don't. I just. Like what? Mike, welcome in. I get to be watching from my phone. So fuck, you could watch it on. You could watch the stream on YouTube. It's vertical. Or you know, watch it on Twitch and be able to read the chat. Slinka, hello. Araya, welcome in. Hello. None of this matters. Okay, so day number one for the dough took a lot of effort. It was far more complicated than I thought. But I think that it wasn't more complicated than I thought. It's just like I think I underestimated how long it would take to make 3 batches. Because I didn't do any of the things, I didn't consolidate any of the stuff. So it was 3 separate versions. I made pecan brittle 4 times. I browned butter 4 times. I made batches of dough 3 times. Right, so it was just like, I couldn't batch make anything. The reason I couldn't batch make anything is because I didn't know. so I could have done the Sonomi's in plastic. I kind of like I did that as much as possible, but I like the pecan brittle. Right, next time I make these, or if I do something like this again, I said this yesterday, but I will make a test batch so that I know, okay, I can make all of the pecan brittle at once, right? Which I definitely could have done. I can make all of the brown butter at once, which I definitely could have done. Like, I probably could have saved 3 to 4 hours worth of stream just because of that. So I can eat all the pecan brittle at once, yes. The other, yeah, I just didn't know. And then I didn't know how many batches I needed to make. So, so it was all a lesson, right? Araya, thank you. That is, as Liz said, very, very kind words, and I do appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope that fall has brought you rest and the things that you need in life. I know fall is a season of change for a lot of people. I know fall is a season to like recalibrate for a lot of people. I feel that myself. And so I think like knowing this again, I could have, I could make all the pecan brittle at once. I could make the brown butter at once. I could not make the batches of dough at once because it's too much dough to put in the mixer that I have. Shayna, hello. Good change. Amazing. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear all the things that are good. What is fall? I don't know. It's hot outside too. I just walked outside with a t-shirt and I was like, do I need sunscreen? It's hot. Liz, there is drama. I can briefly explain to you the history of the Big Brother drama, right? It's season 27 of Big Brother, and they have never once, not once ever, in all of those seasons, eliminated someone from the house without there being a vote, without it being the consensus of the house guests. And what happened, sorry, spoiler alert, what happened was they kicked off a extremely popular, extremely qualified contestant that was on the show this season because they did not win a game. Basically, it was like, whoever loses this game is getting eliminated, and she got eliminated, and it was like, what happened? And like previous winners were pissed about it, like viewers were mad about it, like everyone's mad about it because it's never happened. It goes against like the core tenet of the game, which is that you get evicted from the house by your other house guests. It's not an elimination game. Anyway, the internet is hostile over it. Gwen is hostile over it. I am hostile over it in a way where I still don't really like care, but like it's my favorite show, so like I care insofar as like when I'm watching it I'm like mad. But like if you ask me if I'm emotionally affected by it, no, I'm not. Right. There's never been an elimination game before Fall Guys in the actual game. There has been during Big Brother, the Big Brother reindeer games, which is like the holiday special that they've run like twice, I think, and has had previous like winners and contestants on it. That was an elimination game, and that was fine because everyone knew it going in. The thing is that they didn't know that this was an nobody knew this was going to happen. They said it was going to happen before the competition, but then like it happened and it was like, oh shit, like she's actually out. So anyway, tonight we find out whether or not if CBS is just like, oh no, like we got to try to fix it. Just kidding. Like we're going to battle back or whatever. Do I think they'll bring her back? I don't think CBS wants to bring her back. I have a big conspiracy theory about it and how they've capitulated to certain pressures of the world and how she reflects those values that they're trying to suppress. Anyway, we're not going to get into that side of things. That's me. I'm out of pocket for that one. So, yeah, they give everyone more chances to get off the block, and then they pull that shit on Rachel. Exactly. I don't think they expected the fallout. They're not going to make it right. Come see Grave Digger Sunday. Grave Digger and the Martian Man battling. I don't know. I can't even make shit up right now. I'm not creative. I can't. Kids tickets only $5. Right. Free. I was just about to say free beer if you bring your child. Like, what the fuck? I don't know. Yeah, she's won once. She's been the runner-up once. She's like, Rachel's like legend. She's like legendary status. Not trying to start drama in the chat. Yeah, there's only a couple of us who watch Big Brother. Yeah, I think CBS, like previous winners. Robbie, welcome in. Previous winners of the show posted screenshots of them canceling their like Paramount subscription, which like great. Yeah, I was, to be clear, I was like rooting for Rachel this season, like 100%. Rachel is like my girl this season, has been forever. So I love it. Zach said he's no longer watching this after this. I mean, valid, and that's fine. Everyone else in the season sucks. This season's cast is so bad. They're so bad. None of them are good. Rachel was the sole redeeming reason to watch that show this season, and now it's like, meh. Liz, I don't watch The Bachelorette either. Yeah, I love the Schadenfreude of all those shows. It's great. Oh my God. Fall Guys, I appreciate your levity. Okay, we do have to get to cooking today. Here's why we have to get to cooking. Because stream has to end around 16:10. I want to stream longer today, but I forgot that it's back to school night. 4:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So 1:10 p.m. Pacific. It's back to school night, and I like want to go back to the school. I don't want to go back to school. Fuck no. I do not want to go back to school. I do want to go to back to school night though, because I'm like an involved parent. So that's how it goes. Broccoli, welcome in. Normal time. Now, 24-hour time is pretty like normal. Dad's on the PTA. I yes. Like you say that as a joke, but that is accurate. That is in fact an accurate statement. Although it's not called the PTA in Philadelphia. Anyway. Well, actually, it's not called the PTA where I am. Calvin actually me at the playground the other day, and I was like, don't you fucking do that to me. I was like, you take your actually elsewhere. Okay, but we do have to make cookies today. That's the point of stream. I have my trays are out, my cooling racks are out. But was he right? No. Yes. I forget. Liz, I think he was right, but it was one of those like really pedantic corrections that need not have been made. It was like, I was like, oh, it's about to be, it's like, 16:15, blah, blah, blah. I was like giving him the time, and I was rounding up, and he was like, well, actually it's like 4:12. And I was just like, here it's called parent council, and I don't want to be on it with all the clicky moms. I want to be on it with all the clicky moms. I do. I'm not a clicky person myself,
Excuse
but
me, Daddy. Sorry.
I do like
Daddy?
sort of
Sorry.
being in the know.
Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
I mean,
Daddy? Sorry.
it is how I am.
I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Liz, you're not wrong. I do. I want to be in. I want to know what's happening. I'm also like an organized person and have that type of like energy. I'm like a field trip chaperone, organizer of like bake sales, etc. Like it is. That's who I am. So I get that. I feel like a lot of folks definitely share that vibe. I think that is the common, like, I think that is the more common of the feelings that people have. I think that most people see that group as like cliquey, and it is. Like, it is. Like, I think the type of people also who like, I find that a lot of the time that there's two folks who want to be involved in that group. There's like genuine folks who just sort of care and are interested and realize that they're like organized / like have the time or the interest in doing stuff like that, right? And then there's the people who want to have like their little fiefdom, right? Their little like kingdom in the world. They want to have like control of something. And I think that it's those people that are the worst, honestly. The swallowing noises are loud today. Yeah, it's next to my throat. Thank you. No, we're gonna start doing stuff. So we're gonna move the mic to where it usually lives today. Thanks for saying that. That kind of shit bothers me a lot. Long did join the board of an HOA for the purpose of civil disruption. Foggeist, yes. Yeah. My dad is similar. My dad lives in an HOA community and like recently joined the HOA. Recently as in like the past year or two, and has like a similar vibe. But no, I definitely get the cliquey situation, and I don't know. I guess I sort of live out a little bit outside of it. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but like I'm a guy, and I sort of like, I don't get included, but I also don't get like excluded either. I'm sort of just like, oh, I'm there. Which is fine. Not to brag, but I've noticed you're a guy. You might have noticed. It does tend to. I present well. Okay, but let's get started on these. We're gonna wait. Why is my chat phone not on? Oh, it just like died. Oh, weird. Oh, it died because I wasn't live. Okay, there we go. We got it. We did it. Let's look at the directions on how to make these. When ready to bake, place racks in upper and lower thirds of the oven. Okay, so this recipe is a little weird. It assumes that you have 2 sheet pans and you're like using 2 sheet pans at once, and you're putting both of them in the oven at once. Line 2 large rim baking sheets with parchment paper. Parchment paper. Oh, right. This was, I forgot. We want to use parchment paper. We don't want to use the silicone mats today. So let's put those away before I forget and just use those anyway. It says arrange 6 cookies on each prepared baking sheet, spacing at least 3 inches apart. Bake the cookies, rotating the baking sheets top to bottom and front to back after 12 minutes. until dark golden brown around the edges. 16 to 20 minutes. Let the cookies cool 5 minutes on the baking sheets, then transfer cookies to a wire rack with a spatula and let cool completely. Okay. Carefully move a rack to the middle of the oven. Arrange the remaining dough on one of the baking sheets. Bake as before. This batch might go a bit faster. Okay, so here's what I think. Here's what I think is probably the right move. I'm going to put a rack. I've preheated the oven. I'm going to put a rack in the middle of the oven, and I'm going to bake one baking sheet, because this presumes that we have two and that we're baking both of them at once, which I don't think I need to do. I think if I bake, and I also think that I can bake 8 cookies on a sheet, because I made mine a little bit smaller and I'm using full-size sheet pans. So this is the part where I was like, on Tuesday, I was like, we're gonna stick to the recipe exactly. We're not diverging from the recipe at all. Okay, maybe we'll try. We're just gonna try it. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try to make 8, 2, 4, 6, 8 cookies on a sheet pan. If I make 8 cookies on a sheet pan, 8, 16, 32, 64. That means I need 8 trays total. 8 trays at 15 minutes each is 2 hours. It is noon. I have 4 hours. I also have to package the cookies. They need to cool down. That means that if I can do 8 trays, one every 15-ish minutes, we're going to be ahead of schedule. I'm sorry, did you think that the math ended on Tuesday? My bad. It didn't. The math will never end. The math will never end. The math will never end. Oh, this is plastic wrap. This is not parchment paper. Imagine baking your cookies on plastic wrap. Terrible. Terrible. Okay. Let's do a second sheet pan. And we're gonna crumble this just a little bit here. The crumbling helps it lay flat. This is a tip I learned from another Twitch streamer. I don't know where they learned it from. Surely they did not make it up. But I cannot take credit. That person doesn't stream on Twitch anymore, though. So, oh well. These cookies have literally not moved since I put them in the fridge. I didn't take them out for anything. I didn't even move them. I didn't poke at them. Nothing has happened with these cookies. Actually, I thought about baking a couple of them yesterday just to like try, but I didn't. I'm gonna get out some additional parchment here because I think I'm probably gonna want to use the same parchment like 2 or 3 times. But it does kind of wear out after a little bit. So we'll get a couple additionals here. So let's say about every two bakes, we might want to change the parchment out. And if not, well, I'll just leave it in the drawer. I don't know. I don't know how much these are gonna, how much these are going to affect the parchment. We'll crumble these up later when we need. Okay. Let's get these cookies out though. So I'm not sealing these up for a little while, so I'll move my vacuum sealer to the back of the counter. And let's also take move my racks to the middle of the oven. I took the pizza stone out of the oven because I did imagine that if I like got started really late today for some reason, that I might want to do the two, the 2 racks of cookies. We're not there yet. If I need to do a second, if I need to like move into doing 2 rack territory, then we will. We don't at the moment. Okay, let's get this first tray of cookies out. How many cookies are on this tray? I forget. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 9. 18, 27, 36, 45, 64, 73. 73 cookies per tray. 9 times... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 5, 9. 63. 63. 9 times 7 is 63. Yeah. I missed counting. Okay, so 63 cookies on a tray. I need 58. So we need to bake this whole tray today, at least. So let's do that. Like, let's start with that because I will... At least that's a good metric. If I bake this whole tray, I have enough cookies to send out. I will not have enough cookies to like eat total. No, that means no extra cookies, but it does mean that I will have enough to send out. If it's 63, it means I'll have 5 extra cookies. But I have the other tray of cookie bowls in there, so that's also good. I made 107 cookies. These certainly look nice. Oh man, the smell just hit me. Not used to seeing me in blue jeans. I know. I'm wearing jeans, like denim. Levi's denim jeans. Mix, welcome in. Mix, hello. These are solid. These are super solid cookie balls now. They aren't black. No, they're not. I bought a pair of like denim jeans this year. They're dark denim, but they're still denim. I've been kind of wearing them pretty regularly, which is unique for me. So let's see. 1, 2. Now, should I put these? Here's a question that is a legitimate question. When I put these on the tray, do I put them with the flat side that is already flat down? Or do I turn them over and put the other side up? Maybe we'll do half and half just to see which ones go better. Okay, so let's do 4 that are that way and then 4 the other way. Excuse me. Turn yours so you don't get the middle pop. I don't know if I want the middle puff. So this doesn't say either way. It says to rest them. When you're ready to bake, place the racks, preheat to 350. My oven's at 360 because I like that number better. And I know that my oven is also like a weird temperature. Arrange 6 cookies on each prepared baking sheet, spacing at least 3 inches apart. These are 3 and 3. Three. Yes. Yep. Yeah. Okay. We are using a ruler. We're making sure. Bake cookies. Basically, like, rotate them after 12 minutes until dark golden brown around the edges. Let the cookies cool for 5 minutes on a baking sheet, then transfer cookies to a wire rack with a spatula and let them cool completely. Carefully move the rack to the middle of the oven and arrange the dough. Bake as before. Batch might go a bit faster. Chill dough balls at least 2 hours before transferring to the freezer. Once frozen... No, we're not frozen. Okay. We're not freezing. Are there any other instructions at the beginning of this? No. Okay. And no farther notes. So, give them a drop whenever I take them out. Mike, yeah, that might be... I mean, I love the drop cookies. So, we are going to do half and half. Okay, so I've got a tray. This is ready to go in the oven. I have 8 cookies on this tray. Sida, welcome in. Let's begin. Okay, we're going 12 minutes. Plus an extra few seconds for however long it just took me to do that. I think that 8 per tray is probably the best method. So I'm gonna turn the light on. And maybe I can get this camera down here. Maybe I can get this down here to do a little cookie in the oven view. Pause. Okay, that's what the oven looks like. Let's change the white balance of that to be a little bit less red. Move that like that. And then maybe we zoom a little bit. There we go. Beautiful. Cookies in the oven. There they are. Bowser, hello. Did I ever have an iPod? Yes, I did. Yes, I in fact did have an iPod. It feels like a DJ stream in here now, which is always fun. I did have an iPod. Did you have an iPod? What was your favorite iPod? A Nano, perhaps? I had the one with the click wheel. You plugged into your computer. The click wheel was very satisfying. I don't remember what version that was, but it was quite nice. We have to Let me just while I'm here, let's adjust the white. While we're adjusting white balance on the cameras, let's do the overhead one too. There we go. Okay. Great. So these, what am I expecting for these cookies? I'm expecting that they will spread nicely. I'm not gonna do the second tray yet. I'm just gonna pop these back in the fridge so they don't warm up. Because I don't want to have gone through all the work to make these and then have them warm up on the counter. Chris says, I've always wanted the iPod Shuffle because I was incredibly active and carried 800 things in my pocket, so I needed things to be as small and light as possible. I did not have the Shuffle. The Shuffle, although I can appreciate why one might want that. The Shuffle was too random for me. I like listening to whole albums at a time, and I don't recall if you could do that on the Shuffle or not. But I remember being like, I don't want my music to shuffle. I want to be able to pick the thing. It was like too much uncertainty. But I can appreciate the nature of just like, okay, we're just going to turn this thing on and music will play. CD player to a disconnect to a smartphone. Okay. What was the one that Microsoft put out? The Rune, I think. Gwen's over there making the protein shakes. Is exclusively used for running and workouts. That tracks though. If you have it for like a purpose like that, and it was small enough that it definitely made sense for that type of thing. I was and still am a big like music listener, and the idea that I like wouldn't be able to pick what I was listening to kept me from that version of the iPod. The Walkman Bean. It's so cute. I remember I had a Talk Boy as a kid. You know that thing that Macaulay Culkin had in the Home Alone, the like thing that you talked into? I bought one of those at a yard sale one time. And I remember like listening to music on that.
On my desk downstairs.
That's not the Talk Boy, but Calvin and I found it. Calvin found some tapes in the base, in the crawl space. I was looking for something down there, and he came in there and he found a tape, and it was like me talking when I was 10. And he was like, I want to listen to this. And then I was like, oh, well, I think there's like a tape player in one of these boxes somewhere, and we found one, put batteries in it and listened to it. You can hear me talking when I'm 10 years old. It's funny. Not and Getty, welcome in. I didn't know that you could take it off shuffle mode. See, now I'm sort of like, oh, that would have been nice. The Zune, not the Rune, the Zune. I was one letter off. Did I just say hi to you? I feel like I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. Hello again, regardless. So Fluff, yes, thank you for this shout out to Chris Hangry. Chris Hangry, fellow food and drink streamer, friend of the stream, good all around human. Go follow them on the internet. They also do long form streams, specifically like meal prepping streams, which are really engaging and interesting. I love shit like that. That's like my sweet spot of enjoyment. These cookies have 5 minutes left on the clock, and they are, look at them, behold, they're spreading nicely. You loaded it with your tunes specific for that purpose. Yeah, okay. So you have like the workout shuffle, and then the car, and the walks. Okay, I could see that. I just had like one iPod with all of my music on it. And it was the spinning wheel was so satisfying. Sometimes I feel like my streams are too long. Chris, I made 107 cookie balls in 8 hours on Tuesday and did nothing else. Nothing else. I just made cookie balls. I didn't even bake any of them. I produced nothing on stream. So don't ever feel like it's too long. Listen, I'm not saying that was a good idea either. What I'm saying is you're not alone. These look great. Y'all, honestly, these look fucking phenomenal. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. 8 cookies on a tray, too. This is the right spacing. I feel like I could pop, like... I feel like I could get more on there, like, honestly. Once I pull these out, we'll see if I can get... We'll see about the spacing on here. All I have to do is bake and yapcha. This is true. I mean, to be fair, I have recipes that I need to work on that are like due, that I did mean to do. I did one of them last night. Sorry. I did one of them last night for... I did one of them during the PTA meeting because it was a Zoom meeting and I wasn't contributing. So I was like muted, video off. Let's do this recipe while they're talking. It was good. I was able to do both. I wasn't doing the talking, but I was like absorbing the information. Anyway, there that is. It's all ready to go. This recipe last night though. I want to tell you all, I did, these are like, this is a recipe I've been making for a long time. It's easy and is, I had to change my process a little bit and I changed the process and added an ingredient. But kind of two things happened. They're like pepper green beans. Like lots and lots of pepper type of green beans, and they're spicy. And when I pulled them out of the oven, I am making them. They're ultimately, I think their title is going to be like cacio e pepe green beans, which is not how not my normal like style of making them, but they are. They wanted cheese on them, and who am I to say no? They meaning the editor who I was working with. Anyway, I pulled them out of the oven. I like changed my process a little bit so they're a little bit easier. Because when I do them, I blanch them and then like flash fry them, and they were like, we don't want to blanch, just like one pot. Can you just do this all in one pan? So I figured out that yes, I can. But I made them. They came out of the pan. I like dumped them in a bowl. And Gwen and Calvin had like just gotten home, and I put the bowl on the counter and was like, here, try these. And Gwen was like, are they hot? And I was like, just shut up and eat them. Don't ask questions, eat one, just eat one. And Calvin, so they both gave me amazing validation for this recipe. One, Calvin had one, and he, instead of like waiting, he was like, can I just keep eating these like out of the bowl that I handed them to? And you want the little one? Here you go. And he was like, I was like, yes, of course you can keep eating them. And then I was like talking for a minute, and I said to Gwen, I was like, oh yeah, I'm just, like, these are going to be called cacio e pepe green beans. And she was like, you should have just said that. And I would have eaten them. And I was like, okay. Anyway, they ate all of them. I had 2. They literally ate all of them. I did not. I had 3 actually. I had one that I tested, and then one that the 2 that I saved myself out of the bowl. Okay. What are we looking for? My timer just went off. My 12-minute timer just went off. So these are now supposed to be rotated. So come on over to the stove. No, oven, not stove. So these are going to get rotated. and popped back in. Yeah, that was 12 minutes. And I am looking for these to be dark golden brown around the edges. Dark golden brown. It bothers me right now that on this side of this little screen here, see how there's a border around this? Everywhere, it doesn't exist right here. What the fuck? That's annoying. Anyway, the cacio e pepe green beans were a big hit. A big hit. And I'm pretty happy with them. I have a recipe that I think is going to be repeatable, and we're going to try it again. We're probably going to try it on Tuesday, whenever the next stream is. When did I say the next stream was going to be? Mega, welcome in. I didn't say when the next stream is going to be. Let me look. Let me just casually glance at my calendar. Yes, next stream after today will be Tuesday. Although honestly, y'all, I might try to stream on Sunday during the afternoon. Depends on what's going on. Because I'd really love to get a jump on testing that recipe again, and then doing working on the other recipe I have. Because that's important. I'm looking for these to be dark golden brown around the edges. Let's hold off. We have 1 minute. Excuse me. I have 1 minute left on the clock until 16 minutes. So I'm going to give these the full amount of time. Even though they may be finished, they may have been finished already. I don't know. I'm not sure. Five minutes on the, it says 16 to 20 minutes is the 16 to 20 minutes is what it says. Now, I did preheat my oven. I only have one pan in here. So in 20 seconds, we're going to open this oven and we're going to look at these and we're going to see if they are dark brown around the edges. Dark brown. That's what we're looking for. 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's open the oven. We're going to test these. We're going to take a look at these. We're looking for dark brown. Would you say that these are dark brown around the edges? I would. I would say these are dark brown. I would say these are done. Finished. Complete. I would say that I bumped my camera. And that is not great. All right, well. Cookies. Let's give those a 5-minute rest. We're going to transfer those to a wire rack after 5 minutes. And now what we're going to do is put... Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to... Okay. Twitch is chirping at me because it wants me to take an ad break. So, let's do that. Let's do that. And then when we come back, I should be able to determine how many cookies I can fit into one sheet pan, because I think it's a few more than what is on that pan. That was 8. I think I can fit, 10. No, let's just do 8. We're going to do 8. When we come back, we're going to take a look and see if there's any meaningful difference between these cookies, because I didn't... Y'all, I'm not sure which one of these are the ones I put upside down and the ones I put right side up. We're going to see if we can determine. Okay, words on stream. Here it comes. I lied. Okay, there it is. And we'll be back. We'll be back in just a moment. We're going to take a 3-minute ad break. Here we go. Let's do the dishes here.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials
Okay,
I
let me.
Hate.
Do I have? Oh, my the new stickers that I ordered are coming today. If they arrive, if these new stickers arrive while we're live, I'm going to open them and I'll show them to you because I'm excited about them. Okay. Let's put some stuff in the dishwasher. And then if this water is hot, which it is. Actually, no, I'm not going to do those dishes right now. I'm not going to do that in this moment. I'm going to open this recipe up on here though and see if these look anything like the picture from the recipe. Dee. Okay. Two, one. Welcome back. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. I know that nobody likes the ads. I do not personally like the ads. The only thing I do like about the ads is that I get a very small amount of money from them. Thanks, Twitch. I appreciate your handout. However, I would choose not to run them if I could, but I can't. So here we are. That's my timer letting me know that it's been 5 minutes since the cookies came out of the oven. Vanakis! Chris, I love that. Mimique, welcome. Hello. Well, we did pretty good. We did all right. We did all right. Not terrible. Not terrible is what we're striving for, really. Most of the time, anyway. All right. We have some cookies over here. Let's do something here. Can I? How do I do this? Hold on. I should have figured this out while we were, should have figured this out. Doing words on stream. I did. I was playing words on stream. My bad. Okay. Okay. Hopefully this works. Yeah. All right. So this is what the cookie's supposed to look like. This is what they're supposed to look like. Clearly that is nice lighting. We have obviously good lighting on that one. But here's what the cookie looks like. Hold on, Lou. Hold that parchment paper. How's that? Probably some filters on it. No. No. Okay. I do think that looks pretty solid though. Let's get these off the tray. Pause. Before I take these off the tray, we're gonna put another tray in the oven. Now that I think 8 cookies per tray is the right amount. Casual reminder, I want to finish upstream today around 16:15. That's 4:15 p.m. Eastern time. So we're trying to bake off 10 trays. 10 trays is the goal. So let's keep going. Pause. Which of these, I don't honestly think that it makes any difference. I don't think it makes any difference. I don't see. We're going to do this one more time. We're going to do this like experiment one more time. Except this time, I'm going to label the tray. And we're just going to put a small like little mark on the tray as to which ones were upside and which ones were downside. Upside down. Let's get going. Pause. Fudge Darling, you've been here before. Yeah, I'm just going to put like a little mark on the paper. That way I know, because I can't really tell the difference, and it doesn't seem like it makes a difference, but I rotated this tray in the oven, and let's go with right side and upside. Okay, I just like little marks on the tray. That'll tell me what I'm actually doing here. Okay. Into the oven. Oop, I see I bumped it and now it's like not doing the right thing. But it had it nice before. There we go. Okay, start my timers. 12 and 16. I'm going to take these off of this tray now and get them onto the wire racks because it has been 5 minutes. And it says to let them cool completely. That's not the right size. Let's get these in... Yeah, okay. I want to use a spatula that's large enough because they looked, when they were making them, when we watched the video, they were pretty pliable coming off the tray. And then I am going to eat one of these. It's not 28 minutes per tray. It's 16 minutes total, and then you rotate it after 12. So these are some sizable cookies though. Like I will say that these are pretty pretty large. I'm glad I made I made the bags a little larger last night when I was like working on the bags. The other thing is that now I know I'm going to commit to 8 per tray, because they take long enough that I can let them cool in the tray for 5 minutes. I can let them, I can take them off of the tray, and then I can reload that tray while they're cooking. So it's not, I'm not going to like ever have an empty oven from this point until they're finished. And eventually we will get to a point where these are completely cool and I can just start packaging them, while some of them, there's like, we're just gonna start being able to like cycle through. Okay. But let's like take a look at one of these again. Cause I think we're, hold on. Damn it. I don't have it on this view. See, this is annoying. I don't have Chrome on every view. Here it is though. Okay, let's pick the one that looks the nicest. Okay, this is
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry.
Well, wait.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry.
Damn
Daddy,
it. See, I don't ever know when it's actually going to be over. All right, so here we go. Hold on, we're going to put this until they're about the same size. We did all right. This one's maybe not quite as lumpy. Whoa, I didn't even see the bottom. Look at that. That is that brittle, that pecan brittle that started to melt in there. That nice like chunk. That orange chunk is melted brittle. That's chewy. So crispy. And then chewy. Well, they're chewy because they're still pretty warm. That is excellent. That is fantastic. Okay, new plan. I eat all of these. And then I apologize profusely for not sending any of them. I mean, they're still very chewy on the inside. The outside, though, is definitely crispy, as it's supposed to be. And it will... I mean, this is very warm still. So, like, this is obviously right out of the oven. So it's a little bit more pliable than it will be. I hope. And these come back to being room temperature. I expect that the outside will get crispier because it'll dry. And I do expect the inside maybe get a little less chewy. But the other thing that will happen, I think, is the pecan brittle will solidify a little bit more. Right now it's very pliable. And so I think it's a little bit more chewy than it'll end up being, which is definitely not a bad thing. That is a delicious cookie. That is a cookie that if I saw that in like a coffee shop, I would probably like, you know, not think that it's super special, but the type of thing where you'd like, oh, that place has great cookies, like we're gonna go back there. And as I'm sort of like letting it marinate, you definitely get the distinctive flavor. Like the brown butter comes through, the pecans definitely come through, the texture of the oats comes through. They're really good. This is a lot. They were a lot of work. They're a lot of work. I don't know if I would make, I think that this is the type of thing where you're like, you should just make a double batch. If you're going to make these at all, if you're going to go through the effort to make them, make a double batch. And I'm imagining these larger too. I'm imagining them 1/3 the size larger. Because remember, we made these to be smaller than what the recipe says. Cool. Very happy with how those turned out. Don't want to eat too many more of them. If Gwen comes through, she can have one. But otherwise, the rest of these are not for me. At least not in this moment. Okay. Great. While we're waiting, we have it's a little over 3 minutes until the next thing, the next one gets rotated in the oven. And it's looking, how's it looking? How's it looking? Oh yeah, they're looking great. Liz, the first batch is like, they're great. They turned out really well. They definitely turned out quite deliciously. I'm sure Gwen's gonna come by and want one, so let's hold one here. Let me show you. So this is what they look like in the editorial photo, and this is what they look like IRL. So my lighting is not as good as that one, but like the bottom has all of its little caramelized bits melting down. Got a little bit of like crunchy caramelization on the side, and then we have a cookie. Bottom does look glassy, Mike. That's that pecan brittle that's melted down. It does smell really good. It's gonna get warm in here too. The thing is, I should have had a fan on. I should have gotten the fan out. This one will be for Gwen when she comes through. Okay, but I did eat one already. I don't want to eat. Okay, let me rephrase that. I'm not going to eat any more of these because they turned out well, and I know that they're pretty good. But I did taste them. The brown butter comes through really well. The oats are really great. The pecan brittle is nice in there. I think once they cool down a little bit more, the pecan brittle will become even more apparent because it will. It got soft in the oven, like heat kind of does that to caramel. Surprise, right? But it will end up being a bit more solid. And I think that'll be even better. These have a minute and a half. Maybe it was a song. It probably was. I don't know. It might have been. It wasn't the cookie. The cookie was. I did bang it against the microphone a little earlier, and it did have. It was a bit solid on the side. So the outside is crisp. The inside is chewy. I expect I expect they'll both solidify a little bit more, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy with how they turned out. I'm very happy with tray number 1. Joe, welcome. Tray number 2 is also looking similarly. The interesting thing, I don't know if this is coming through on the, I don't think it's coming through on the camera. But they're bubbling a little bit. Like the caramelized aspect is like, yeah, it's like bubbling. It's fascinating. I didn't notice, but I was also doom scrolling. Stop it. Stop doom scrolling, or continue, whatever you need in this moment. Obviously, no one's gonna fault you. Walk away. I know, right? All right, let's check these. Okay, so these are looking very nice. Oh, these are gonna have some nice caramelization. So they are dark brown around the edge is what we're looking for. So we're rotating and returning to the heat for just a moment. We have 3 minutes left on here. Let's get my next tray portioned out, so when I open the oven, I can just put the next one's in. Avo, hello. Fire up a video game. Hopefully something, I was going to say, like, hopefully something like Animal Crossing, but then maybe you're just going to get, like, mad at Tom Nook for whatever reason. I don't know. Hopefully it's something hopefully it's something relaxing. Reminder that the goal today is to cook this whole tray of cookies. I did mark that tray as to the ones that were right side up and upside down, but I did not look at it when I just pulled it out of the oven. So I think we're gonna do ours, because we want these chewy in the middle. They're more likely to be chewy in the middle with the flat side, the part of the cookie that was flat against this tray continuing to be flat. So I think we're just gonna go with that, sort of regardless of how the others in that one turn out. I did notice on the tray that I just put in that these were slightly, some of them were like just about touching. Beth, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you have a lovely day. We'll be here until 4:10 p.m. I'm going to end stream at 4:10 p.m. no matter what happens. We're probably not going to finish any earlier than that, and we're definitely not going to finish any later. Gwen, would you like to try one of these cookies?
No. I'm really not hungry.
Okay. Well, when you're ready, I have one here that you can try. Rejected. Okay. She just ate like a bunch of sandwiches, so that makes sense. When I say a bunch of sandwiches, I mean like multiple peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Baker, welcome in. A Roblox game. Okay. Well, that's cute. Right. Roblox. I was like, which one is the one with the creatures that continuously attack you? That is Minecraft. Right. Okay, so 20 some seconds until these next ones come out of the oven. I think, again, we're doing one tray at a time. This recipe says that it makes 8 cookies. It tells you to put 6 on a tray. and it's like it's weirdly specific about how those trays go in the oven and when. We're kind of ignoring those instructions and just baking one at a time, which I think seems to be working out okay. Let's take a look. We're looking for dark brown edges here. Dark brown edges. Yes, we have dark brown edges. One tray out, one tray in. Timer. Go. 5-minute timer for those. Go. Okay, let's see. So these were the right side up ones. These were the upside down ones. No difference. I don't think so. Wide overhead, wide stove. Okay, this is the view that I think I want. Yes. Okay. Hold on. We're gonna do this here. Tell me if there is any difference between these cookies. I don't think that there is. So these, oh, hold on. I'm pushing buttons on my Stream Deck with the tray. So these are right side up. I was going to say like the upside down ones have sort of more holes in them, but that's really just a facet of the pecan brittle melt. This is like the brittle melting. The holes in here aren't anything to do with, I don't think, because in the middle of each of these holes is like a giant chunk of pecan. Let's see. I didn't mark this tray. No, all of these are right. All the ones in the oven are right side up. I don't think there's any difference here. This one has got a little like tail on it, but only because the brittle was on the outside. Same with this one and this one. But like this one also has a little tail, and so does this one. So I don't know. I don't think there's any difference. Still hear a crackle. Interesting. Tell me if it gets worse or better. I'm not going to say anything for like 10 seconds, but tell me if it gets worse or better. Worse now or better? It's my computer fan. I think it's literally the fan on my computer. Although it might be the music too. I can hear my fan, like it's like a white noise background type of thing. It might be the music too. The music is turn that down just a touch. It could also be the music. Some popping sounds weird. I'm wondering if it's something I'm doing. Like, am I tapping my foot or something? Like, I'm not conscious of doing it. That's why. Where's the mouse? Let me try something. I just turned the music off entirely. Okay, galloping horse. Oh. That's an odd one. Sound is still there. Interesting. Okay, so it's not the music. I'm glad to know it's not the music. Although I can't really hear the music. That's the thing. The music isn't playing out loud for me. It's only playing through the stream. It is playing out loud, but it's super subtle. I can see. It's gone now, right? I changed the microphone. It was literally something with this microphone. Weird. Because I was looking at the bar for the mic, the audio bar. Weird. Hold on. I'm gonna turn this back on and just see if it. Did it come back? Okay. I think that was weird. I wonder if it got caught in some sort of audio loop. I don't even know what that means. But this is I turned it off and turned it back on again. Okay. Thanks for letting me know though, because that type of shit bothers me too. Sound is more important than video when you're streaming. Fun fact. If it comes back, just say that, and I will. Didn't mean to take away from stream. No, this is. Liz, we're like between things here, so I'm literally like I'm waiting for something in the oven. I'm waiting for these to cool, like. And I want to know. I want to know stuff like that. Like I always want to know stuff like that. It's not taking away from stream if it's taking away from stream. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying? We're gonna put these on the tray. And these seem like they're going to cool off really quickly. Have issues with feeling burdensome, but no, I mean, if yeah, I definitely understand that. Both about you and and in general, and I can feel similarly. But yeah, like audio stuff where it's like, what's happening? Why does it sound like that? Like, it shouldn't sound like there's a heartbeat. It shouldn't sound like galloping horses on stream. I can't wait to go back and watch that VOD and see what that sounds like. When I say I can't wait, I mean, I'm just curious about it. Feral Terminator, welcome in. Hello. Let's get some more cookies on the tray. Also, I want to going to take some of the first batch and see if they were, see how cool they are. One of the things that I do know about, the where is it? Where am I? One of the things I do know about the cookies in general for Cookie Club is that if I have, if I, wow, the music on my end just got very loud. Weird. Okay, hold on. I'm doing two things at once here. Where's the third thing that I'm doing? Oh, that's not chat. That's a direct message. Where are we? Here we go. Okay. 1, 2. Are you sure you want to do that? Yes, I'm positive. Wonderful. Hey, Eat It Dads, thank you for the gift sub to Baker. So nice of you. I appreciate it. Liz, thank you for reminding me. Baker, thank you for asking. If you have a gift sub that I owe you from Cookie Club, then it is so for Cookie Club, which we're doing. Baker was one of our winners last month. One of the prizes is cookies, but there are multiple prizes. We are open to whatever prize you want to do here. And one of those prizes happens to be a gifted sub to any channel on Twitch. And Baker was kind enough to say, can you gift me a sub to your channel? So I said, sure, of course. And that's what that was all about. Okay, we have cookies that need to get rotated in the oven. So let's go over to the oven. We're gonna take a look at these. How are we doing, y'all? Oh yeah, these look great. These look great. It's interesting how different they look after just like 12 minutes versus the full 16. I find it kind of wild because they're so much lighter in color right now, and they darken up like a ton. They darken up a ton between then. Okay, these are all spaced about right. Not quite. Liz, I appreciate the 2-day thing. I think, as I said before, next time I do these, like then if we do another like 2-day one, I will test the recipe ahead of time. I'll make a single batch ahead of time, just like for myself, not to get ahead of it. Master Splits, welcome in. By the way, I saw you say hi. And then I said nothing, so hi. But I will definitely test a batch of them in advance, because I think I got not surprised, but I was a bit it was a bit like, oh, that took a while. Like that took longer than I was expecting. Or rather, I just what happens with the resting is I wasn't sure how many batches I needed, so I wasn't sure if I was going to make like a double or a single, and I wasn't sure if I could make a double batch at once. So Anyway, TLDR, I want to get a larger mixer. That way, I don't need, let me pause. I don't need a larger mixer. I didn't have all the information I needed to understand what aspects of this recipe I could combine all at once. I'd never made pecan brittle before, so I wasn't sure if I could do a double, triple, quadruple batch of it. Now I know I could definitely just do a quadruple batch of the pecan brittle in like a big old Dutch oven, no problem. Spread it out on one of the big sheet pans. It would take 20 minutes all in instead of 2 hours. I didn't know that. Now that I do, if I made this exact recipe again, I could make it a lot faster. I could do the prep a lot faster. Same thing with like the brown butter. Like I knew I could make brown butter, but I didn't, you know? But yeah, I mean, the mixer, to be fair, the mixer is something I've not complained about. The mixer is something I've brought up multiple times. Because it would be nice to be able to do like, it would be nice to know definitively that I could just do a double batch of something and then not worry about it. Okay, time to take those out. Sometimes when that's weird. The closed captions seem to have stopped working. Lou, it doesn't matter for this moment because you need to get those cookies out of the oven and get the other ones in. That's what you're doing right now. Stop focusing on the unnecessary part of it. Okay. Cookies out. Hold on. Yeah. Big glove fingers on the... Okay, we got cookies coming out. Fresh. Hot. Cookies going in. Sorry for beating up the camera. Get those in. That was very hot on my hand. Okay. Start my timer again. And then these get a 5-minute timer. And then these will come off the pan. Okay. put it on throne. I don't even know what's on that throne list anymore. I mean, I know that when I put stuff on it, I was like all stuff that I would actually use and want. But I'm like, what's on there now? I should look at that again. But part of the reason I didn't make a double batch is I didn't know if it was going to be, if I was going to be able to do that. A larger mixer, I would definitely know that I can do that. That is how it goes. And I make stuff often. I make stuff often enough and have this convo often enough that, yeah. Anyway, I'll do that. We'll see what happens. Let's test one of these cookies. We're not going to test it for taste because I already know they're fine. But these are the first ones that came out. Actually, hold on. This came from the first batch too. This is the one that I was going to give Gwen. Okay, this is good. I feel like I could package this one. This came out of the first batch. Should we just eat this one anyway? I think we should just eat this one anyway. I'm going to eat this one anyway. Gwen said she didn't want it. Fair game, right? I think so. She doesn't not want it. What she said was she didn't want it in that moment. She can have another one later. What did I say? We're going to make 58 cookies, and if I do 8 per tray, we do 10 trays. No, less than that. Okay. Let's try this though. Is this the goal here is to determine if this is ready to package. Lemon, welcome in. Hello. Again, let's do this one more time. We have a cookie that's been ready. This is cool and ready to package. It looks like this. Let's make them about the same size. What do we think? It's turned out okay. Bottom is nice and glossy. Trying to catch the light. Oh yeah, that is a different texture than the first one. The first one I did right out of the oven, but that is looking quite nice. Oh wow. Yeah, the texture definitely changed on that. Shocking. Not shocking, it cooled off. Still chewy on the inside, but the edge got a lot more caramelized. Sorry for the chewing sounds. Here. The microphone is right against my head. You're really subjected to all of the chewing. Yeah, these are really tasty, and the outside is getting crispier. The edge is definitely crispy. Just banging cookies together against the microphone. Baker, you got it. But the brittle on the inside is definitely hardening a little bit more. I think it'll harden even more in the next like hour or two. But these are great. They're supposed to have a crispy edge and chewy center, and they do. I'm very, very happy with these. Grapple, welcome in. Very happy with these. All right. I think let me take these off the tray. So I have some that are on the tray still that need to get pulled off because they're cooling. Does the pecan flavor come through? Yes, definitely. Definitely does. They are nutty. They're very like it's I'm definitely getting the brown butter. They're caramelly, like they taste like there's a distinct like caramel note throughout everything. But that is because there is pecan brittle both in the flour and in the chunks of it in the cookie itself. I'm definitely getting vanilla in there, like a little vanilla. There's a tablespoon of vanilla in this recipe, so quite a bit of vanilla as compared to like your regular cookie. And I am pecan is definitely there. These are really tasty, and I'm pretty happy with them. TBD. I'm gonna give them another like hour or two to like when they're completely cooled down and have, you know, maybe like, I don't want to say like another day, but I think, you know, like anything, cookies change when they're an hour, a day, 2 days old. Right now, they're really tasty. Right out of the oven, They were very good. Right out of the oven, they're very soft. I want a little chewiness to them. So like I just had that one, which is now probably an hour or so on the cooling rack. And it was better than the first one I had. So I have to imagine these will just continue to like kind of improve up to a point, and then they'll get moldy and not improve at all. As cookies tend to do. Let's get this next tray ready. Because in 4 minutes, I'm going to rotate the cookies in the oven. In 8 minutes, I'm going to get them out. Sometime in the next 10 minutes, we're going to do words on stream / advertising break on Twitch. And then once we're finished that break, we're going to start, I think, packaging some of these. Because these have a longer bake time. And so the ones that I baked earlier are like, the one that I had just now was like room temperature already. So I think that we're about ready. We're about ready to start packaging some of them. And the goal is, of course, to finish today's stream by 2 p.m. Eastern time. Sorry, no. We're going to finish the stream in 33 minutes. Do you believe me? I don't believe me. I'm just kidding. The goal is to finish the stream by 4. I'd like to wrap up today before 4:10. 4:10 is the goal. I don't want to have to believe. No, Joe. And I am lying when I say that we're going to finish by 2 p.m. because that is very demonstrably and clearly not happening based on the complete history of this channel. Zero chance I could finish baking cookies like that in that amount of time. We do have to bake this whole tray. This whole tray is needed for Cookie Club this time around. Lemon says cooling and staling, specifically retrogradation, are part of the baking process. It's sometimes important to let them finish before calling a baked good done. Agreed. And I think in this one, not agreed, yes. You have said that clearly, more eloquently, professionally, and thoroughly than I did, which tracks. I'm basically just like spewing all the information that I think I know. But I think for this cookie, for sure, that's true, because these have that brittle, the pecan brittle in them, which like really needs to re-solidify. And like right out of the oven, it's melty and the cookies are sort of floppy. And then like 10 minutes later, they're kind of like that too. These now are like, they're a lot firmer. Like these are almost, I don't know. They're still chewy in the center, but they're much firmer than they were when I pulled them out of the oven. But because these have a much longer bake time to them, the ones that I've gotten out of the oven have been sitting out of the oven for a lot longer now. And I am going ahead and doing the silly, like, let's actually measure the distance between these, because these do, when they said that they spread, they definitely spread. I want to note that in the original recipe, these cookies are supposed to be 1/3 larger than they are here. And you're supposed to put 6 of them on a sheet pan. So we've got 8, and they're a lot smaller. That's kind of fun. I'm going to move these here in preparation for getting this next batch. We're going to rotate the batch that's in the oven right now. So come on over to the oven for a moment. And I'm gonna pull back and go in. Yeah, you can see there's like bubbling happening on these. They're looking great. You can't see that there's bubbling happening. That was too quick and the camera too far away. But trust, there's bubbling happening. Okay, don't sit that hanging off the edge of the counter. That's a terrible idea. That is a terrible idea. Not you, Raven. Hello. Raven, what's your funny idea? I have a funny idea. Let's drink some more water. No, I drank all of it. I have a funny idea. Let's put this graphic up here for a second. Okay. How many cookies do we have so far? 3, 6, 9, 12, 16, 22 plus 30. Okay. When I put this tray in, the halfway point of what we need today is on this tray for reference. So we're going to be halfway through our baking, more than halfway through our baking when this tray comes out of the oven. This one that's in there right now is coming out in 1 minute and 40 seconds. And then we're going to take it, and then we're going to take a quick break. Need 60. I need 58. I need 58. I would like a few more than that because 58 is the number that I'm going to package. If I make exactly 58, that means I don't get to eat any. And neither does anyone else in the house. 58 accounts for all the packages that I want to send, plus a couple extra for the folks who work at the U.S. Postal Service. Because I always give them cookies too. The folks who like process all the boxes this month and every month. They always get cookies. So, Raven, you play a game and then contemplate mowing the lawn. I have an idea. How about you play the lawn mowing game and then let the lawn that you're supposed to mow go to seed and turn into a meadow for all of the creatures, the woodland creatures in your area who are so starved for space and underbrush. I don't mean to be prescriptive. I just hate mowing the lawn personally. True caretaker, we are halfway there. This is true. Okay, time to get these cookies out of the oven. So we're gonna get a tray out, a tray in. Uh-oh, so Fluff, your lawn knows what's coming. Winter is coming. Wait, where's the button I want? There it is. God, that graphic is like F you. I'm going over top of everything. You can't stop me. We only use it once a year, so I haven't really made any effort to make it nice. There we go. Okay. We yelled at Xbox. Well, fair. Now you gotta listen to the folks that are telling you to mow the lawn. I guess. I don't know. These are looking good. I'm going to start my timer for the next batch. I'm gonna start my timer for cooling these off. Yeah, see that? It sounds like someone's got an HSA to be worried about, or HOA or whatever. All right, we're gonna take a quick break here to play a game of Words on Stream and take a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. Good time to get up and stretch your legs, get a drink, get a snack, have a good cry, whatever you need to do. We'll be right back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to tackle some of the dishes in the sink and see you in a moment. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to
There
another
it is.
edition of Commercials I
Okay,
Hate.
let's take care of these dishes in the sink though, because there's literally dishes in the sink from breakfast today, and you know that would be nice to take care of. I'm holding off as long as I think I can on packaging these cookies because, as Lemon stated, they are, you know, there is probably reason to, well, the more they cool, the better they get, but also I don't want them to cool while they're in the vacuum seal because then they don't get to give off the moisture that they're supposed to give off. So having them at room temperature, fully cooled and at room temperature is ideal. Monica's Cakery. Uh-oh. Monica will be there in a second. We'll be there in a second. Monica, nice to see you. Yadarika, welcome in. We just started running an ad. We'll be right back. Welcome in. BRB, we are in an ad break. We are in an ad break. Oh no! I'll be right there. I'm washing some dishes. I'm wrist deep. I'm wrist deep in dishes. Okay. Wait, do Raiders get ads when Raiders come through? I feel like raids don't get ads. Is that true or is that false? Oh, you don't get them. Okay. Well, welcome in, y'all. I'm gonna come say hi to you in just a moment. We actually have an ad break going on. And I'm doing some dishes and I really want to say hi. So welcome in. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate you. Yeah, Mike, I feel like that they don't give ads, but we run the ads to reduce pre-rolls, so there shouldn't be any ads in general after I start. Once I start the thing. Anyway, Luke, shut up about ads. Raider, new friends don't give a crap about. No, new friends do not give a crap about what you have to say about ads. They literally don't. They literally don't. Yes, exactly. Okay. Well, anyway, regardless, the folks that were here hanging out before we went to ads are back now. And hopefully folks who just came through are not subjected to an ad in like the next couple seconds. All right, that's the last I'm going to say about ads, other than to say that, hey, thank you if you were hanging out here. Thank you for sitting through the ad. Nobody likes them. I do not like them. They're very interruptive. Anyway, Annika's Cakery. Annika, welcome in. It's nice to have you. Thank you for bringing friends through. Fluffy Bakery, hello. Yadarika, hello. Welcome in. Good to have you. Is Canada a word? I mean, I know Canada's a word, but it definitely starts with an A. Oh, there it is. Yes. So Fluff coming through. That's a board. Good job, y'all. Okay. we're gonna come back over to the actual. We're gonna come back over to the actual stream here. The actual stream. Yes, here we are. Welcome in, friends who just joined us. It's nice to have you. If you were hanging out here, Annika's Cakery, fellow food and drink streamer, who's also making cookies today. Please hop over there, give a follow, and support the food and drink community. Turnella, you also did come through. I appreciate it. You know what? That's 6 more points than I contributed to that round. So, I love it. What is the command for the food and drink club? I forget. Oh no. It's not that. Okay, I don't remember what it is. I wanted to ask you if you were if you were in the food and drink club Discord. Anyway. I swear I should know this. I know there's a command for it. Anyway, friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. I invited you. Okay. See what happens is I send whenever there's command CC, command creator club, command FD club. Here, hold on. Does it work? Yeah. Yes. Okay, cool. Good. I'll know that for next time. I'll see myself out. Goodbye. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm checking my timers though, because, you know, it's nice to have y'all. Welcome in. My name's Lou. This is a food stream. Mostly what I do here is cooking. Occasionally we do some IRL stuff out in the world. Often that IRL stuff is food related. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes I'm just like walking around. I live in Philadelphia. We do stuff out in the city. But mostly what I'm doing here is cooking for myself, my partner, our son, and occasional baking. We're doing cookies for Cookie Club today. We also do recipe development on stream. So part of what I do for work is write recipes and sell them to people. And so we do that on stream. It's definitely a food stream and a cooking stream. I'm not a gamer, and so apologies for anyone who is like expecting that out of me. I'm not a video gamer. I'm not a tabletop gamer. I don't game. I don't play games. I don't play games. That sounded threatening. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm also not threatening. I try not to be. Shut up, Lou. Stop talking. Welcome in. I should tell you that follows are silent. If you're new here, if you're from the raid, perhaps you've popped in at some point otherwise during stream and you're lurking and you're like, this is fine. If you hit the follow button, literally nothing happens. You just follow the channel. Like there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you. If you would like to be acknowledged, there's a command that says I'm new here, or no, it's a reward, a channel point reward. That's an I'm new here reward. You can redeem that. You can check in. You can just say hi and chat, whatever it is. But welcome in. Today we're making cookies. Specifically, we made the cookies on Tuesday, and I am making. I'm baking them today. They rested and they're ready for their close up. Should make a command for the club. I did see whether or not you make a command for the club. Use the key part is remembering what it is. I looked it up on my instance of StreamerBot. See, Lemon just made hers club because that makes more sense. I don't think anything comes if you hit. Wait, did anything come back when you hit command club? When you did command club? Nothing, right? No. So why not? Okay, now it will. If you just put command club, now it will. Look at that. Professional streamer. True Caretaker, congrats on your Rode mics. And your old phones for cameras. Old phones for cameras are great. the cool part about those is you can like put them on a tripod and like move them around. I was the one of the difficult things I think with streaming in the kitchen is that there's so much that you want to show. It's like, I don't know, there's like a stove and a counter. Maybe you want to show the refrigerator. Let's get this graphic out of the way. And the phone actually is kind of nice, depending on how you have it connected to your instance of OBS or whatever you're using to stream. I don't know. But definitely feel free to ask questions in the Discord as you get started. Daddy doesn't play. Daddy does not play. Unless you ask nicely. Ooh. Grapple Hooker, enjoy your dog walk. I hope you have a good one. I hope your dog enjoys it too. Roasted sweet potatoes bakery. I love a roasted sweet potato. Those are top tier food. The roasted sweet potato. I hate dealing with automated systems and calling medical stuff. I just scream operator in the phone and button mash 0 until a human picks up. And then I'm like, please transfer me. Raven, I would do the thing that makes you happy. Because if you're in a good mood about the thing that you made, hopefully your family is also in a good mood. And if they don't like it, well, then you're in a good mood about the thing that you made, and you don't need their approval anyway, right? Hopefully, you do you. Ollie Flops, welcome in. Good to have you. Liz, I hope you have meetings where no one requires anything of you, where you have no surprise questions, where you know all the answers to the questions you are asked, and you leave with no new obligations. Those are going to be the best meetings. I hope you have a good one, regardless. A tier list. Myself, tiers. I prefer cooking over baking, because I'm more interested in cooking, like savory dinner types of foods. That's just me. Who asked about the chocolate onion? Someone asked about the chocolate onion. Yes. Chocolate onion. There it is. Eat a chocolate onion. The chocolate onion is a fun little delicacy at Reading Terminal Market. Reading Terminal Market in Philadelphia is a massive indoor market with all sorts of vendors. One of those vendors is a bakery, mainly a cookie shop, confections, that type of thing. They sell a Vidalia onion that is covered in chocolate. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is an onion covered in chocolate. I can't. That's it. That's it. It's an onion covered in chocolate. It's not seasoned. There's nothing else about it. It's just an onion covered in chocolate. And it's pretty big. They sell it. They told me we've been there several times, and we've seen the chocolate onion like in real life. On stream before 7, 14, 15. So we have 2 trays left of cookies on here. And then we'll bake a few more after that, because I do want to have some extras. And then we'll throw the rest of them in the freezer, and then we'll get started with the packaging, because it's only 1,400 right now, and we're doing great. We're doing great. Our time is going well. But the chocolate onion redeem is exactly, or reward tier is quite literally what it sounds like. We'll do an IRL stream. We'll walk over to Reading Terminal Market, and I will purchase a chocolate onion, and I will eat it there live. It is one of our rewards for September. There are group rewards. There are individual rewards. So if you like any of these, this is gifted subs specifically. And if you like any of these are also based on gifted subs, but are a collective reward. Everyone gets these. And if any one individual gets to like any of these tiers, you get the other stuff too. And if any one individual is like, I'm gonna gift you 300 subs, then like that's wild to me. I was in, who was I watching? Oh. I was watching Gingerbread Beauty, who I've met in real life, who is a really nice, kind human. Canadian variety streamer. She was on the front page yesterday, and I was like in her stream for a few seconds. Not a few seconds. I was hanging out there for a little while. I actually was spending time on Twitch yesterday, like chatting and like being around. I don't know. I was hanging out in her stream, and she was on the front page, and someone gifted. It was like she had like a level 16 hype train, and the multiple people gifted 100 subs, like in a row, and I was like, "What is happening?" That was her response too, which was really, it was crazy. It's not crazy. She has a great community, and like really is just like super chat oriented and friendly. And anyway, Ginger's great. Generally an actually kind human. And let's check these cookies. We're not checking them. We're getting them out of the oven. Yeah. All right. So these are just we're just rolling along here. We are baking, taking out, putting in, rotating, taking out, putting in, starting the timer. Bellyflop says, I've never bobbed for an apple before, but I feel like it would be hard. Can I be honest with you? I've never bobbed for an apple either. Bella says, apparently I need to be a busty redhead and I would make money on Twitch. I mean, I'm sure that's part of the charm. But I also, like, I don't know. If you hang out on a lot of these like marble streams, the folks that do games, and there's a genre of streamer that's like super chat oriented and like interactive oriented, and there's so many little like bells and whistles and buttons and like things that you can do as a chatter that it is like extremely engaging to watch. Like, and she's not the only one who does this, obviously. It's like it is a genre of stream on Twitch, and I think that I'm always impressed with the level of like built-in interactive types of stuff that some of those folks have, like, and just the ways that they sort of like pull the community in. Odie, welcome in. Good to see you. I need to know how kind is she. Very kind. I think there's a photo of us in Discord from last year, at TwitchCon last year. Darla on YouTube, welcome in. Your stream is very tiny. It is. Hopefully you're watching. If I know that you're watching on YouTube, that's where you're chatting from. Hopefully you're enjoying the vertical format, the new vertical format. Velos, a ton of marble streamers. Yeah, totally. And like, you know, I know that yes. I think we've definitely talked about this before. I feel like there's a level of like interactivity that like that sort of genre of streamer builds into their streams, which is great. Why the yellow hat? Because it's a Twitch chat. It's a Twitch hat. It says "Hey Chat" on it. Why the yellow hat? Because it was at the top of the pile today when I pulled it out. It is bright yellow. I can't change it. I could change it. I could put on a different hat. We used to have a redeem for that, but it made me feel awkward when someone redeemed it, so I turned it off. Hasn't worked for me yet. Right. The one thing that she did yesterday, I thought was like, it was wild, and it worked. She was like, if you find someone in chat who's not a subscriber and you gift them a sub, I'll put your name like on my microphone. And like people just kept doing it. And like everyone in chat is just a subscriber. Why did it make it weird? Because I don't like being told what to do with my body, generally speaking. I only because I'm human like that. Because it made me feel awkward because I generally like pick the hat that I'm wearing for a reason, like it's part of an outfit or whatever, and I put on a hat that like didn't really match, and it was like not my vibe that day, and it made me feel weird and uncomfortable, so I turned that redeem off and I've never turned it back on. Bellyflops asks, how many hats do I own? Total number of hats, easily more than 20. Probably 30. How many of these hats? I'm not wearing the command hat. That's the type of hat that I usually wear. But right now, I don't know. I don't know how many I own of that. Shark on the fridge. Shark on the fridge. I should have a shark on the fridge Zoom. I really should, because it's come up before. An Australian hat. Oh God, see, I'm not even thinking about the hats that I wear camping. The like wide brimmed hats, those types of things. I hadn't even considered those. More than probably, I probably own more than 30 hats. Of the ones that I usually wear, the Ape and Bird brand hats, I probably own 20 of those. Okay, I'm going to start. So I said a little bit ago, I'm going to start packaging these cookies. I haven't done that yet because I'm still just sort of holding off on that. Because I'm just giving these as much time as possible to cool off. I know definitively that the worst cookies that I've ever sent out were the ones that I packaged too early, and they got steam. Like they still had some heat retention, and they got steam in them. In the pack, like the steam kind of continued to steam in the package, and that was like bad. We definitely don't want that. So I'm consolidating cookies now into piles of 2 onto the tray, onto this rack, and then we are gonna start packaging these at some point. But right now, I've got cookies ready to come off of that tray, and cookies to rotate in the oven in 5 minutes. I need a gimmick. What would my gimmick be? I don't even know. I don't know. It wouldn't be changing hats. I thought about that for a while. Right? I had that idea once, and then I was like, no, I don't like that. I really don't. I don't like sort of these things, the rewards, right? These rewards for September, right? Like this one with the hairnet, like y'all, that is like out on a limb for me. That is distinctly out on a limb for me. Someone brought it up in chat, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'm willing to do that. And I am, obviously, because I have been, but it's kind of funny to me. It's like that's sort of as that's as wild as I get. Let's get this other tray ready to go while we're waiting for a moment here. Get food to give away to the homeless. You know, Raven, I've thought about that before. No, I mean, I've considered doing that before. I've considered making that a like a recurring type of goal on the thing. We talked about making Christmas cookies and giving those out to people in the street with an IRL stream. I think that would be fun. But I live in Philadelphia, and there is in the city here a whole bunch of they're refrigerators. I was going to say essentially refrigerators, but they're literally refrigerators around the city that are meant for like they're community fridges. That's the correct term. And those are meant for folks to like drop food off if they want to contribute and pick food up if they need it. And I've thought before about doing like a recurring thing of making food for those fridges so that they, you know, we do that, we make it on stream, and then I drop it off in a fridge and have that be something that someone can like basically like I don't do meal redeems. So like there's a like make your meal reward here. One of these, make your meal right there. There's a make your meal, but that's just for September, and that's like kind of unique. But I don't generally do meal redeems because I'm usually just cooking dinner for my family. It's not like I'm not sort of doing it for I was going to say entertainment purposes, but like, hello, we're on Twitch. We're live on the internet. Entertaining. Are you entertained? Is this entertaining? Are we entertaining? Please, you don't have to answer that. Especially if the answer is no. Anyway, where was I going with that? Right. We don't do meal redeems, generally speaking, because I'm not just like making weird stuff for making stuff because because I think it'll be funny. I'm usually like making dinner for my family. And it's usually like whatever I buy at the farmer's market, We've done some things before. So I should say we don't do meal redeems, right? But in Discord, which there is a link to in chat, there is a recipes channel. And if you have recipes that you're like, hey, Lou, I think you'd really like this recipe, please post it there, because I look at that channel regularly for inspiration. And folks who've been on stream and hung around the community for a while know that I've made stuff from that channel before. Maybe you don't know. I don't know. I've made stuff from that channel before. Just like folks, and it wasn't even a redeem. It was just like, hey, I think you'd like this thing. And then I'm like, you're right. It does look good. Let's make it. And then I'll make it. But I think the community fridge thing would be fascinating. That is something I would do as a like some form of like stream thing. Because then I'm not like, I'm not making a bunch of food for just myself or like making a meal that I don't really want. I'm sort of like, yes, I'm making food and it's like I can just give it to somebody instead. Right? Jalapeno cheddar bacon cornbread with bacon grease inside. Sounds fantastic. I would support you making that definitively without any farther notes. It sounds delicious. Cornbread, much like pasta and focaccia, it can be just a really good vehicle to carry anything. That's how I see it. 3 minutes left on those. Yeah, I feel let me get that next tray out because I have 7 cookies left on this tray. So we're gonna get this tray out and get this one going. So what did I say? 7 times 9 is 63. 63. I needed 58. So I have 61. I should, by the time that tray that's in the refrigerator right now is finished, I should have 61 cookies. So that'll be enough to package. So let's finish baking these. Thought the camera was in the oven. No, this camera is the same one that goes on the stove. It's just on this little swivel arm. And it wasn't always that camera. We got a new camera at one point. The camera that's currently in use is 6 months in use so far. It's not 6 months old. I got it used from the used Stream Gear Emporium streamer swap. But that one is the same one that goes up on I can just move it up and it goes like over top of the pots and all the other stuff. Yeah, the used Stream Gear Emporium. You know all about it. I know this. It still works. AKA my house. This is true. Your house is the Emporium? Well, I wasn't sure how exclusive your clientele was. I didn't know if that was an invite only situation. Mike, great advice for the cornbread. Cool the bacon fat before you put it in and then fold it well. Totally. And you can just borrow some from SoFluff in her mug in the fridge. I used to have a mug of fat in the fridge. I always anytime I have leftover fat, there's always a mug in the fridge. But I don't make bacon basically ever. So it is oh wait, I changed the water filter today. Let's reset. Hold to reset. Yay. It's needed to be changed for 5 months. Is it bad to let your water filter be 5 months old? Fluffy Bakery, welcome back. The bacon grease makes the stomach not hurt. Interesting, Irvin. That's I don't know. I believe you, but I don't know why that would be. Yadarika, these are great. This is the exact same swivel arm that I've been using since the very first stream. I'm still just using the same one. A lot of the stuff I'm using is still the same. Some of it's not, but a lot of the the arm is the same. What else is the same? The computer is the same, which may not be an ideal. Before I get a large mixer, I'd rather get a server, but I'm just playing along. Fair. I never want to be like, talk to Lemon. She'll give you equipment. Oh, start my timer. There we go. Look really good. Thank you. We're getting there. We're processing. Everything's just processing right now. We're in the baking section of stream, and we're going to get to the packaging section in a little bit. Need to clean the oven. Look at the bottom. Why don't you not? Have a water cooler. Yeah, totally. And that doesn't need to be cleaned in the same way. Fortunately, we're not putting the cookies on the bottom of the oven. Maybe don't ever look in the bottom of a commercial bakery oven either. Going through my master's program, destroyed my laptop. Yeah, this computer is doing all right. Every time I need to change something up, I have to do more work on it to like make the processor happy still. Why bother cleaning it? To be fair, I did have that thought before stream today. I was like, it's probably just whatever. It's funny what people see too. I worked in a commercial bakery, and I definitely don't think we ever cleaned the bottom of the oven. Everything. It was like there's just charcoal down there. Bakery, thank you. Not the cat, not the hat. Bellis, Lemon really will give you equipment in exchange for the ducats, of course. Which is fair. That's how things work. Wait, Belly Flops, what did I say differently? Sita, we love your enthusiasm, but you've checked in already. I was gonna say hi, but I was like, wait, no, we were chatting earlier. These workday streams confuse me. Fair. Yeah, restaurants are great. You ever seen a restaurant in like the hour before they're getting an inspection? You have never seen people move that fast. You have never seen people move in as panicked a way as when someone knows someone's coming to look at their shit. Can you make up 3 days worth of a cold chart's worth of information? Sure you can. Should you? No. Does it happen? Yes. Constantly. Water instead of water. There's a command for that. Command water. WOODER, as we know. When I used to work in a camp setting, like dining hall setting, whenever the kitchen inspectors came to look, there were four kitchens that needed inspecting on the property. 3 large kitchens and 1 bakery. Whenever the inspectors came, they had to like come in at the entrance to the place, and like the call would go out. It would be like the inspection's here, and they would walk to each location instead of letting them drive. And it was like a mile and a half. And like someone who worked there would like slow walk them very slowly and like point out all the other stuff that was there. And the inspectors were always really nice, you know, and we always passed. There was always like, everything was clean enough. But it was always like, oh shit. I mean, no harm. No, that's fine. Belly Flops, let me tell you that can I tell you a secret? I want to tell you a secret. My secret is that in the past like couple months, I intentionally started saying water instead of water because it annoys the people that I live with. And I think that's funny. So you're not wrong. Because I find it amusing. Also, I live in Philadelphia. That's how people say it here. I'm trying to be more Philadelphian. You guys know. What was that timer for? The cookies. Let's get those cookies off the tray that they're on onto this tray. And let me stack up the ones that are on there. Yeah. Again, I've just been holding off on packaging these because of how I want them to cool. I want them to like continue cooling. That is the point. And so we are continuing that process. Once I have, so I have to, what did I say? I have to finish baking the first tray. That's a whole tray. It'll be 63 cookies. So I'm going to finish, when I finish baking that one, we'll start packaging. That's the goal. We say pasta differently. I always say pasta. Do I say it? Do I ever say that differently? No. In my house, we've been chronically fighting about bin, bean, and bin. I think it really depends on, and Ben. I think for me, it depends on how it's being used in the sentence and like what word comes before it and after it, like where sort of my mouth is in the forming of the word. Right? No damp vacuum seal cookies. No, Mike, we put too much work into these to make the mistake of vacuum sealing them while they're warm, which is certainly a mistake.
What kind?
Are you now here for cookies? If you're not enthusiastic, then
What kind are they?
they are oat pecan brittle cookies. Oat and pecan brittle cookies. Would you like one? Can I give you one that's going to be the better one? Okay. Am I sure? No, but that one is ideal. That one's been rested for a little while. That's the goal. You have to let me know what you think, though. Now, fact. Gwen's trying a cookie. She doesn't generally like oat cookies. So we're starting from a basis of knowing these have oats in them and are skeptical. Okay?
I don't mind oats. A plain oatmeal. It's other shit you put in there.
It's not the oatmeal. It's the other shit.
Oh, oatmeal cookies with fucking raisins in them.
Are you hearing this?
Yeah, they're good.
Okay. Oh.
Prefer chocolate chip.
Prefer chocolate chip. Well, that is not an option right now.
But they're good.
They're good. You like them? They're chewy. Okay. That's praise. That's praise. I'll take that. Okay. Can't you just pretend and be like, that's so good?
You don't want me to do that.
No, I don't want you to do that.
I mean, yeah, I could.
Right, but like last, get out.
No, fuck you.
Yeah, try to backtrack now. But like, yeah, like last night about the green beans, you liked the green beans and you expressed that you liked them. And I was like, great. That means that you actually like them. Fantastic.
Nothing that's not on it.
Amen to that. Fog ice, not a raisin oatmeal cookie? Nah, fair enough. Captain Rail, hello. I grew up in Washington, not to be confused with DC, and moved to Tennessee. They say at Washington. Oof. Yeah, that would definitely take some getting used to. I feel like that sounds close to like, it's funny, like Philly and the surrounding counties definitely have some accent stuff going on. There's definitely a Delaware County is like the county that's just south of here. And Delaware County has a very specific accent too. Pause. Checking the timer. I'm checking to make sure I started the timer. I did. Okay. These are We haven't missed starting the timer yet. It's just these take a while to cook, and I'm feeling like, oh, these should be done by now. The timer certainly should have gone off. Well, it's got a minute left, so okay. We did it. We finished a tray. We finished a whole tray of cookies. A real cookie, though. It's totally. And that's the type of thing I feel like where you're sort of in the situation of like, I don't want the halfway version of the thing. Like, I either want a real thing, or like not at all. I feel that way about cheese. Like, there was a time where we were doing like all sorts of vegan cooking and using the like Dia brand or the vegan cheese, and it just wasn't, I don't know, it's just like not as satisfying. And I feel like I'm much more of a fan of like just dumping a bunch of nutritional yeast into the thing than using like fake cheese. But that's just me. All right, we're spacing these out like with a literal ruler. So yeah, Fall Guys, that could work. That could work. Lemon says something I hear a lot is mascarpone. Right. It's mascarpone. It is just mispronounced. A real mini fridge. Yeah. You mean you don't have a walk-in fridge in your house? We're rotating these cookies. Now you can get the refrigerators that like have the whole like the clear front on them. They tell you that like they'll order your groceries for you if you're out of them. Like, what? Sorry, but I'm all set. Mike, that's a good idea. Soaking the raisins first. It is mascarpone. People like saying capone. It is very American. If this feels a little thrill to be like, Capone. Like Al Capone. Kitchen cleaning once a week. Yeah. I mean, that sounds like the right frequency. One of my favorite things about working in a bakery was at the end of the day when I was like the only one there, spraying down the floor with the hot hose and then dumping all of the just dumping cleaning solution on the floor and scrubbing it and then like spraying it off. It was so satisfying to do that. Honestly, like one of the more satisfying things. You know that those games, like the power washing game, or like like power washing, like actual power washing. It's kind of like that. Okay. 1.5 minutes left on that tray. And then this tray represents the end of the cookies that we need to bake to be packaged. So all of these cookies right here, everything over here is going in packages. I'm gonna bake like one or two more trays after that. Yeah, we got a lot of cookie balls in there. So I'm gonna bake like 2 more trays after that. That way we'll have some for the house. I'll have some to like give to friends who come by, like when Calvin's friend, if whatever, Calvin has friends, they're in our house often. So I'll have some to give to them. And I mentioned it's back to school night tonight. Maybe I'll bring some cookies for the teachers. Ooh, what a good idea. Let's bring some cookies for the teachers. I love me some extra credit. Here, you're gonna give my kid an A, right? Right. You can give my kid an A, right? Huh? Playing in the walk-in. What are you playing in the walk-in? One of my favorite things that we used to do in the walk-in was chop lettuce on a cutting board. Because it like stayed fresh. It was during the summer, and then you're like, if you cut lettuce in the kitchen, it just wilts right away. So you like cut it in the walk-in on a big cutting board over top of like a huge bin and just like scrape it into the bin. Cookies in the oven are finished. Let's get those out. And oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is just like, we're just cycling through. Everything's just cycling in. Beautiful. It'd be funny to have a camera in the oven. That'd be kind of cool. All right. Five-minute timer. What did I say? All right, that's the last tray for actually for what we need. Is it? No. If I want to give some to some teachers, do I want to give some to teachers, or is that too weird? Is that too try-hardy? I'll ask Cal. Here, I'm gonna make. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a couple extra packages, and I'll ask Calvin if he thinks that I should do that, because he'll give me a real answer, and I don't want to make him feel awkward. Maybe I'll ask my friend who works there. I'd be the happiest teacher. I mean, yeah, but I probably would be too if someone handed me like a package of vacuum sealed cookies and was like, "Here, these are fresh and they're sealed." It's not just like a weird, cookies in a Ziploc bag. I don't know. There's something about the vacuum sealing to me that makes it feel a little more proper somehow. Like, I don't know, like appropriate. Bakery, Calvin did start school. We are on week 3 of school right now. Probably the most straightforward kid I've seen. Yeah, well, he's allowed to say what he wants. And I moderate what I say more on stream than I do off. I curse less on stream than I do in general in my own household. He's not sheltered. He's allowed to ask any question that he wants. He's allowed to ask questions, and I will give him a very direct answer. Just like direct. There's no like I'll tell you when you're older. We don't do that. If you're old enough to ask the question, you're old enough to get an answer. Because if you're asking the question, you're also old enough and capable of just putting that question into Google. And who fucking knows what that's going to tell you. So, better you get the answer from me. That's how I think about it. That is very directly like how I see it. I'd rather you just hear it from me. As awkward as that is. All right. I don't want to stack these up yet. What are we doing? We don't want to do that. I want to get a second. I want to get another tray though. Because I want to move this. All right, Jenga. I want to move this pile of cookies over here because these are going to get packaged. So we're going to start the packaging process in just a moment here. I am going to. Okay, so once that tray comes out of the oven, we're finished with what we need for Cookie Club. And then I will start piling cookies onto this tray. This is going to be like my supplemental extra cookie tray. I did make extra bags, so I don't have to make more packages, like more packaging bags. So I am going to make a few extra additional bags for teachers in case he wants them, in case he's open to giving his teachers some bags of cookies, which maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't know. I don't want to guess. And if not, I'll just give them to friends. His friends are going to be at open house too, so we'll just give them to them. Okay, I'm going to take these cookies off the tray now. Let's move. I'm going to shuffle these around so I can fit some more on this tray. A couple minutes and we'll be ready to rotate the last tray in the oven. And once that one comes out, I am going to start packaging. I know I keep saying this. I know that I've said it an hour ago. I said it like 2 hours ago. No, 2 hours ago. Was I live 2 hours ago? We've been streaming for 2 hours. We've been streaming for 3 hours. Time flies. What time is it? 2:30. Oh, okay. Yeah, we gotta move. Actually, no, I don't. I feel like packaging doesn't take that long. I'm packaging more than usual, so it might take a little longer than I think. Anyway, sorry, just talking out loud. That's kind of what streaming is, though, right? Just talking out loud. And responding. All right, but these are going all right. We got a lot of cookies here. So this tray, when I'm talking to myself. Oh wait, that's Dancing with Myself, and that song's about something entirely different than cookies. I don't need to tell you what that song's about. Just extrapolate. Maybe look it up. Maybe you can Google that. I'll tell you when you're older. Let's get another round of cookies on this tray, and then that'll probably be good. How many? I don't even know how many teachers he has. 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's make like 3 more trays. Yeah, and then we'll put the rest in the freezer. Okay. Darlene, I can appreciate that. Some of us are older. Hey, I mean, we don't ever ask anybody their age here. That's not a thing. I myself will tell you my age if you ask, but I don't want to ask anybody their age. That is in his 60s. Yes, true. It's true. I'm a skin routine. I mean, I do have something of a skin routine. Anyway, let's get. Where's my timer? Hold on. Okay. We're going to. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a little quick break here. During the break, we're going to play a little game of Words on Stream, and that will be about 3 minutes. Yeah, that'll be about 3 minutes. During that break, I'm probably going to end up rotating the cookies in the oven, and that's okay. If you're new to the channel, every hour or so, we take a break to play a game of Words on Stream and, run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. now is a lovely and perfect time to take a quick break yourself if you'd like to. Maybe get a drink or a snack, stand up and stretch your body, perhaps have a good cry, whatever you need with this time. Please use it for yourself or play Words on Stream with us. We're going to be back in just about 3 minutes. You can always go follow on YouTube where there are no ads, and we'll be right back. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Okay, let's... Oh, there aren't any dishes. Oh, there are. I guess there's a few. And I'm dancing with myself. Yeah, I'm dancing with myself. Dancing with myself. Every time I dance, I ask the world to dance, and I'm dancing with myself. Hey, was that a board? That sounded like it should have been. Yeah. See, my timer, not my timer, my internal clock told me that that was going to be a board because it's like, wait, that was too soon. That was too soon. All right, these, I think all of these cookies are definitely cool enough. Everything over there seems cool enough. And ready to go. I'm coming. Hold on. What is that timer for? Oh, rotate the cookies. Got it. Yes. Rotate the cookies in the oven. Beautiful. Hey, if you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience during this ad break. We don't love the ads, but we do not like pre-rolls. So we run the ads, and I take a break so that I can do stuff like the dishes and keep the counter relatively free of debris and things. Debris. Why did I use the word debris? That was a very strange word to have used in that context. Anyway, let's come on back over. Oh, that's not the right one. That's the right one. There we go. Hold on. I knew I messed that up when I... There. Okay. Sorry. Obviously I had to make an adjustment there. Dan, welcome in. Hello. Welcome. Look, time check. It is 14:40 my time. That is a 14:40 my time. 2:40 p.m. We have about an hour, a little over an hour to go here. I have the the last round of cookies is in the oven. So let me okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Getting messages. Yikes. Okay. Not pertinent for right now. Wait, Velas, 240. Yes, sorry. I was like, why does it say 240? Right, because it's 1440. Let's just start. We're going to start packaging. And then well, I'm going to wait 1 minute. I'm going to take these out of the oven. Put the next round in. Then we'll get our packaging started. Because then I feel like we're good. I wanted to make sure I had everything baked and everything was like ready to go. I want to like call out that these cookies are probably the most uniform cookies I've ever baked, like size and appearance wise. Usually there's like a few that look like amazing and then a few that are sort of like not quite amazing. These all basically look the same. I'm not going to use the word amazing. They all look uniform, which is wonderful. I love that because sometimes when I'm like packaging stuff, I try to pick like, if I know that there's cookies that sort of look like it's like, usually there's like two different types of looks for the cookies. If one of them, when I'm packaging them, I try to like do like one of each kind sometimes. I know that's way over the top thinking for my consideration, but I don't want them to look vastly different for different people. So I try to keep them the same. All right, ready to go. Next one in. 12-minute timer, 16-minute timer, 5-minute timer, and yeah, let's start packaging. That's what we've reached the point of packaging now. I'm gonna get fresh gloves and I'm gonna get set up for packaging. I never did use this extra parchment paper that I pulled out. This actually was this parchment paper is pretty good. It held up really well, and these cookies did not stick to it really at all. Like there's no, like when I am taking them off the tray, there's like nothing left on the paper. It's kind of nice. So anyway, I'm just going to keep using that, and we'll put this in the cabinet down below along with the silicone pastry mats so that we have that ready for next time. Now, I mentioned a little bit ago, but the vacuum sealer is already has already been used to make the bags. So let's get the bags that I made last night. And I need 29 of these. I need to package 29 of these for Cookie Club to send out and for the post office folks. So let's count off all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 bags. And then let's make sure that we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do 8 more. And I'll ask Calvin if he wants those and whatever. And then if he doesn't, then we'll just not do them. Actually, no, then we'll just, you know, put them. Whatever, I'm going to make them anyway, because he's not here to answer that question. So I can't make that determination. Okay, so let's got 2 piles of bags over there and a big old pile of cookies here. I have my timer in front of me, ready to go. That way I can just kind of keep that available. Okay. I think we should be good to go. Where am I going to put these once they're packaged? Because there's going to be a lot of them. Pause. Let's get shit, I had a big box yesterday. I should have used that. Let's get a bag. I'm gonna get a Wegmans bag here, a reusable Wegmans bag. That way I'm gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna hang this from the counter right here so that I can just put stuff directly in it. Not that one. That one doesn't have a plastic bottom on it. Where's the one? Yeah, there we go. This is the one. This is the bag I want. Yeah, the one with the plastic bottom. That way they don't just fall through. Perfect. Okay. And then, do I need anything else to package these? No. I think this is about right. 30 seconds, I'm going to take those cookies off the tray and we're going to make another tray of cookies. So let's, now that we're in it, let's wait one more moment here. That way I can, there's like, the timing is just like, we're going to I'm going to have to continue to pause the packaging. So just, this is the first moment of pausing. Okay. I just want to get these cookies off the tray so I can get another tray ready to go. That way the changeover in the oven is easy. 2. Get back on there. And that should be that. That is all the cookies we need for Cookie Club today. Let's get the last. Last ones are ready. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Beautiful. And I'm going to say I wanted to do 2 more trays. So I got 1 in the oven, 2, and then when that one comes out of the oven, we'll do 1 more after that, and then we'll be finished with the baking. Cool. All right, let's package some cookies here. We're ready. The cookies are ready. I'm ready. And very importantly, the packaging is ready. Are you ready? You better be ready. Now is your time to shine. I'm talking to the vacuum sealer. Okay, I made these bags a little too big. That's okay. Better to be too big than too small when you've made a bunch of bags. I'm not worried about them being too large. I am worried about them being too small. Clearly, I was worried about them being too small. Okay. These package really nicely too. At least that first one did, because they're not soft. They're, as they've dried here, they're like hardening a little bit, which is kind of nice. Did I hit the button for the seal? I did. Okay. So there we go. Package number 1. I'm looking to see if there's there's like some little open spaces in here. And when they're packaged and sealed, you can usually see right away if there's like any kind of condensation in there. And I really don't want, I don't want condensation. These have been drying for quite some time now, so I'm not concerned. Concerned enough to check. I'm not seeing any. They look like burger patties. They do look like burger patties. I'm sending you, imagine if I mixed those up with the turkey burgers in my freezer and just accidentally sent those out instead. Ugh. Grim. That would be bad. Not only would they be bad physically and for you, but that would be a terrible mishap. Wait, spread those out a little more. There we go. Hopefully, this vacuum sealer holds up. It's been known to not in the past. So, cross your fingers, y'all. Yeah, these are solid. I do appreciate that these are very solid cookies, at least. Yeah, like if I press on one, I could press and like push my finger into them, but for a vacuum sealer, they're pretty sturdy. We've done ones in the past with we've done ones in the past that have not been so great, that are very cake-like, and I think the worst ones were a cake-like cookie that I packaged when they were still a little too warm, and those were bad. Those turned out bad. Actually, when you ate the flavor was good. Like, because I always keep a package or two and wait like a week or so to try it, and then I take a package and put it in the cabinet, and because I always want to know, like, hey, are these going to be okay? Are these going to be like, what are these like after a week of not being in any kind of refrigeration or air conditioning and, in a vacuum bag? It's just nice to know from a quality control, which is how I know about the moisture and lots of other reasons, or lots of other kind of nitpicky details. But these seem like they're okay. The other thing, if you don't let them cool, especially if they have chocolate in them. There was one month that I sealed them while the chocolate was still a little bit warm, and it just leached out everywhere. Like the pressure just pushed the chocolate out, and the oil came out on top of the cookie. Not great. All right, 10 seconds until I got to rotate these. So let's pause here. We're going to pause. I'll come over to the stove, oven, rotate these. At this point, I'm really glad that I just ignored the initial step that they had that the recipe said about having 2 trays in the oven. because the recipe is designed to basically like cook 2 trays at once and then cook a third. And I kind of decided that I wanted to just take 1 tray at a time, despite the fact that it would take a little longer. Because I thought it would be easier than trying to like manage 2 at once in there, and I'm kind of glad I did. I feel like these have all been roughly the same. Mike, regarding the seals left to fall out. Yeah, the seal on this vacuum sealer, occasionally it doesn't hold. I think when it doesn't hold, it's because I'm pulling back on how much pressure I'm putting in there. We went to the when I was at the Mushroom Festival. So we went on Saturday, y'all and I went to the Mushroom Fest on Saturday, and after we departed, after y'all and I departed, I hung out for a little bit. I ended up going back to that jerky place and buying some jerky for Calvin. And the person who sold it to me was like, "When are you going to eat it?" And I was like, "I don't know, probably within the next 5 hours." Like, it's for my kid. He loves jerky. And she was like, "Okay, we have some bags that like lost pressure. Like, do you care?" And I was like, "No, give me the bag that lost pressure, because like I'm just going to open it anyway." But yeah, once the seal kind of breaks, that happens with the cookies sometimes too. Usually, if there's a bag or two with the seal that like didn't hold, I usually I try not to send those out, and I usually give those to the postal workers because I know they're going to eat them within a day or two. But I can't help what happens after they get packaged and sort of leave my control. But I try to send out ones that are sealed completely. I'm sure there are times when you get y'all who've received cookies have received them and they're not completely sealed anymore. They're still okay to eat in that scenario, but it is a thing. All right, I got 38 seconds left on those cookies in the oven, so let's get this last one done. Not last one, let's get this one done. We'll pause for a moment to take those out. Let's get cookies out of the oven, put cookies in the oven. And then this is going to be the last. I'm going to put one more tray in after this. And that will be the last tray. I'm going to leave it sit right here on the stove for a second. Timer. Start it. Go. 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 Okay, when I say for a second, I really mean a second. I'm going to move them over to the counter because they're not going to cool off as quickly sitting on the top of the stove. They will cool off relatively quickly sitting on the counter, which is stone and is a heat sink. Okay. Now I only need one more tray. That's the goal. Well, I think this is let's see, time check, 1500. All right, we have an hour. We can definitely do this. Definitely, I feel good about time right now. so cookies are going to be sent out next day. The next day from today. They're going to be sent out tomorrow through the United States Postal Service. Tomorrow is Friday. They'll be out in the morning, so you may get them, if you live on the East Coast, you may get them as soon as Saturday. Sometimes they are really efficient. It's much more likely that they will arrive on Monday for most people, unless you live in Canada, in which case they will probably arrive later after that. Usually they take about 4 days to get everywhere, and then Canada's like 6 most of the time anyway. I feel really good about these though. They turned out well, I think. Very happy with the uniformity of them. More than anything, I love that they all just look exactly the same. That's a thing that is it's kind of, I feel silly being proud of that, but having made cookies for years on stream now, like this is definitely the first batch that's come out and had like visually just been pretty much exactly the same from batch 1 to batch however many we've done. Like I'm not looking at any of these and being like, oh, that looks weird. That one looks different, like visibly, demonstrably different. Chapstick Queen, hello, welcome. Chapstick Queen, your next check-in is going to be a Cookie Club entry. A baker's dream. Yeah, totally, Fudge Darling. You know, like just, I mean, maybe, I don't know why. I don't know exactly why. I always try to get them to be uniform, but sometimes the temperature is different. I don't know. Mike, that could be. It could be. I think that the other aspect of this, and for as complicated as this recipe is, and it is complicated, I think it's pretty well written. Like, it was not hard to follow. Even down to, like, some of the details that I think... some of the commenters... Again, don't read the comments. Lady Stiletto, hello. I followed the recipe exactly too. I didn't change anything, and I made it basically 4 times. 3 times. And this is 3 batches worth of dough, not 4. Sorry. I made 4 batches of pecan. I made 4 batches of pecan brittle, and I made 4 batches of brown butter, but I only made 3 batches of dough, ultimately. Pecan brittle I just ate most of last night because it was really good, and then the brown butter I'll just have in the refrigerator to use in the future. And so I feel I do think it was pretty well written as far as, like, generally speaking, as far as the recipe goes. It was very detailed. I need one of those mats. That's what I want. I need one of those, like, anti-fatigue mats for kitchen stuff. I love my Crocs. That is, like, those feel lovely, but a mat would be nice. I was thinking about this the other day. I've thought about one for a while so far, at least 2 years. It's fun. I just not like I don't buy stuff like that, generally speaking. I just like think about it. And then I just don't have it. Think about getting, yeah, some type of anti-fatigue mat. But then I think I don't want it. The other thing is I don't want it here all the time. Like I don't want it to be in the kitchen regularly. I don't want it to be a fixture in here. And then what happens if I want to roll it up? And you know what? Basically, like, what happens when I'm not streaming and I don't want it to exist there? Like, where do I put it? Yeah, if you mop under it every day. Mike, I thought about one of those ruggables. Is actually what I was thinking about. Like I say ruggable, like I'm not, you know, not beholden to that particular brand. But I think something like that would be nice. That way you could just like toss it in the washing machine. A ruggable, but with like a big thick mat under, like, I feel like you can buy versions of like different mat versions for those things. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've never looked into it. Foam puzzle pieces. Chef's Queen. I literally have those. I have some of those in the basement. But yeah, they do make washable ones. You can just like pull them off and throw them in the washer. I've had one before. We had one in the house for a while. Daisy ruined it, and she peed on it so much that we had to get rid of it. And it was too big to put in our washing machine. And I took it to the laundromat and washed it like 6 times, and it still smelled like dog pee, so we just threw it out. So, that's how that went. Ladies to load, yes, these are for Cookie Club folks. There's some Cookie Club detail in chat if you're interested. Click that link. Power washing. Oh, good idea. There's a shag rug. That's the thing. I feel like power washing. I did consider it. I had a power washer at that point in life. I do not anymore. It broke. I got it for free. It broke. Oh well. I've considered that before. The puzzle pieces are a good idea, though. Those could be fun. And I own them already, so it would be a good little for will I use this and what can I do with it after stream. I think maybe I'll just go grab some of those. They'll be there. They'll be here the next stream. Forgot all about those. We had those when Calvin was a kid, and you know, we had them in the basement and he used them, but like we haven't had them down there in a long time. They're like, I know where they are, I just hadn't considered them. All right, tray number 1, or dry tray number 1 is finished. Let's get, while I'm in a natural pause state here, we're going to take these cookies off this tray. We're going to do one timeout. Time check. 15:09. Okay, yes, I have time to bake one more tray. I was like, do I have time for another 16 minutes in the oven? Yes, I do. Okay, so let's get pause. And get these, and then one more tray. So I have 1 minute until about a minute until rotating that tray in the oven. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, perfect. That's 80 cookies, I believe. That we're making. total. And then these on top of the oven. These, we're just gonna break these up. I'm gonna break these up and flip them upside down and then pop these in the freezer. Because these are gonna be my freezer cookies. And I'm just getting them unstuck off of the pan here before putting them in so that they are not stuck to each other or the pan when they're fully frozen. Let's get some fresh gloves. Okay. Damn it. My fridge is wider than my freezer. So annoying. Okay, but that's fine. I know what trays fit in the freezer. Ah, what's that timer for? That's a rotation timer. Okay, we gotta actually do that. Okay, check these cookies out in the oven. Yep, they look exactly like all the other ones did at 12 minutes. The other thing that I did today that I think was helpful was I preheated my oven for like an hour before stream. So it was like pretty ripping hot and like ready to go. I think in the past I've also made cookies and not done that and had it be a bit cooler on the first round or two. All right. These are going to go in the freezer for their rest. And I don't really care if they sort of slide around. Do I care? No. No, I do not. Okay, packaging. More packaging. More packaging! Fresh gloves. I like that I'm not like worried about the number of cookies here. I'm not keeping track of the number of cookies because I have the number of bags counted out. And when I'm done with the bags, that means I'm finished. And I have them in two different piles, so I know this is the pile for Cookie Club, and then this is the pile of extras. And I will be packaging these tonight in the boxes after back to school night. We're gonna go to that, probably get dinner, come home, and then I'll probably package these. I already made the popcorn too. I'm good to go. I'm looking at the counter over there. I've got a big old stack of boxes that are addressed. I've got all the stuff inside of those boxes ready to go. I've got the popcorn ready to go. I just need to get them in the boxes and sealed with tape. I did not get yet. They're supposed to be delivered today. I ordered some new stickers and swag in advance of going to TwitchCon so I can like hand that out to people. But I have not gotten it yet. If we get it, if it gets delivered before I package those boxes, then I'll put some of the new stickers in with this month's cookies. And if not, then you're still going to get some stickers anyway. So just not the newer ones. I basically reordered all the stuff that I had plus a different sticker. So it's not as exciting. I'm back and forth on doing any IRL stuff there. I feel like I want to, but I don't know if I want to. Like, I enjoy it, but part of the reason I enjoy going to TwitchCon is sort of like not doing streaming. Like, I don't sounds silly. Part of what I enjoy about it is sort of being there in the moment. And I'm not sure if I want to also stream while I'm there. I might though. I'm gonna bring the stuff. I'm gonna bring the kit with me, and if the mood strikes, then we will. Yeah, Levin, exactly. And part of it is like, if I do that, if I live stream while I'm there, I think what I would rather do is like walk around San Diego and just be like, hey, do y'all want to like come for a walk with me? As opposed to, and like, let me get away from the conference itself. Yeah, the whole point is being in person. Y'all, thank you for validating this for me. I appreciate that. When I said that out, let me get these out of the oven. When I said that out loud, I was actually worried. I was like, should I even say this? Because I've never live streamed from TwitchCon before. But I was like, what if I say this out loud and people are like, no, you have to. So I appreciate y'all being like, no, I get it. So that actually, in a weird way, that's actually more encouraging to do it, knowing that it's not like a pressure thing. It does not respond well to pressure. Set the timer. Okay. Let me tell you why I'm proud of myself today. I'm proud of myself today because for every single batch of cookies that went into that oven, I set the timer. That's never happened before. That is a first. That is a first for Cookie Club. Never happened. Not once, ever, in baking cookies for Cookie Club have I, every single time, I've forgotten to set the timer at least once. And I'm like, why do my cookies look different? Yes. If they say I have to stream, they can come there and fight me in person. Yes, please don't. You can come gently request that I stream in person. Don't fight me, I'll cry. You're allowed to fill space for yourself. Yeah, and I go there. There's the other thing is like if you were allowed to stream all of the, there's certain places at TwitchCon that you're not allowed to stream, right? And so for me, I kind of am thinking like, oh, I'd like to go and sort of, you know, show people around or whatever. But I also I enjoy when I go, I'm there alone. Like Gwen's not going this year, and she went last year, but like we didn't stay together. We like literally stayed in different places. Like I like being alone. I like going alone. I value my space and time there. But yeah, it's kind of part of it. So it says I was going to mention the timer, but I didn't want to jinx you. Listen, I appreciate that. I appreciate that because it's like, listen, I don't know a lot about the sports, right? But I do know that like in baseball, when a pitcher's playing well or playing well, I guess, you don't like mention it to them. You're not like, hey, good job on that no-hitter you got going there, buddy. Right? This is my no-hitter. This is it. I don't even know how many trays of cookies I just made. I don't even know how many cookies I made in general. I will be able to tell you exactly how many cookies I made once I'm finished with the packaging. Because I'll know how many packages I have, multiply that times 2, and then count the number that are left. So, Jen says if you are, then you don't need a plan. Totally. Yeah, and I'm like I said, I'm gonna bring the live streaming stuff with me because it doesn't like cost me anything extra to bring it, and I'll have it if I want it. And I'm gonna be there for a day or two on the front and the back end, because I'm not just gonna like fly, you know, because it's a vacation for me. Just like being for real. Like I know I go camping a lot, and like that is kind of vacation-y, but like that's also with a small human who I'm responsible for. So it's not really a vacation. But if I do stream, it will probably be like, let's walk around San Francisco. God, San Diego. Yes. Are they live streaming the content sessions? I don't know. I'm not sure. It is 15:21 my time. That is 3:21 p.m. We are doing great with timing. I was worried about timing today because these are a longer bake. 16 minutes is a long time for baking anything. For baking cookies, anyway. But I feel pretty good. Vacuum sealers. Shh. Let's not say that out loud. We don't need to say that part out loud. Okay. Pause for a second. Calvin texted me. Let me see what he has to say. Audio message. Why do kids send audio messages? Hold on. Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure. Okay, good. Any other messages? No. Okay. Trips are not always vacay. No, trips are not always vacay. Trips with family can feel like vacation, but I do something for myself, like a trip of a like, hey, I'm doing this for me kind of thing, like twice a year. And they're basically back-to-back trips. I go to TwitchCon, and then I go on a cabin trip with a substantial group of friends of mine. One of those, and they're usually like 2 to 3 weeks apart. But only one of those is like, do I have alone time while I'm there? So really, I do like one trip, one experience by myself a year. So I don't feel bad about it. All right. Do any of y'all use the audio message functionality with messaging? Like, where you leave someone like the sound of your voice, basically like a miniature voicemail. Calvin and his friends love them. I don't mind them. I like them. I think it's neat to hear like, it's nice to hear someone's voice. It's nice to hear his voice, frankly. It's nice to hear like the context and the background noise and like the tone, the tone of what he's saying. Like, because so much is lost in text messages. I do wish that there was a feature. Maybe there is, and I just haven't turned it on. I have no idea. Last bag for Cookie Club. I wish there was a feature that you could turn on where it translated them and like put them in, like, here's the text of the audio message that you just received. Like it does that for voicemails, because Calvin only ever leaves me audio messages, and I'm like, I am 40 fucking years old. I'm not listening to all your audio messages. I am, and I do, but like, I can't. I use speech to text all the time. Like if you get a text from me that is, all of my texts are like paragraphs, because I only respond to texts like once every 2 days. So, you know. All right, y'all. I got a big bag. I got a big bag of cookies. All of these cookies are going out. Everything in this bag is going out. Gotta package it up first. We got cookies in the oven that are happening. We got cookies over here. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna package a couple more bags for the next, for in case he wants to have. Casey wants cookies for teachers. Something. Thank you for the bit. The bits. I appreciate it. We got one more tray of cookies that are literally in the oven right now. But let's package some of these bags with the cookies that I have. I don't want to package these cookies just yet because they're like warm still, as discussed. Although these being, no, don't justify it, Lou. That's, you were talking about that earlier with the seal coming undone, not the moisture content. Okay, but let's package a couple more of these. These are going to be in case he wants to give them away. And then we have a tray in the oven that's like for the house. Well, I don't know how many bags did I just pull out of there? 8? I don't even remember. I literally don't remember. But anyway. Yeah, the speech to text thing I love. The like talk out loud and not type on your phone. Beautiful. Fantastic. I just want the audio message to be transcribed. That's the word I'm looking for, not translated, transcribed. I want it to be transcribed so I can just read what the person says. And then if I'm confused or am like, oh, are they mad at me? I can listen to what they're saying as a backup option. It is kind of cute, though. All right. We've done well today. I'm feeling pretty good. And this did not... Time to rotate. Time to rotate. Oh, sorry, I didn't turn the oven camera on. That's okay. All right, last 3 minutes. Last three minutes and 30 seconds of the oven being on. The oven has been on for the entire stream. It is hot as fuck in this kitchen right now. Surfless says, my dad has to use speech to text because when he was a teen, he smushed his fingertips off in a commercial vacuum sealer. That's incredible. That's kind of wild. Did I share this recipe in Discord? This recipe is in Discord. It is in the cookie chat. And Wauma, you would be able to see that in the subscriber-only chat as well. It's linked with the poll that's in the subscriber-only chat. But it is in Discord in the cookie chat channel. It would be under oat and pecan brittle cookies. Sofa, that is intense. It was a teen too. That's incredible. I mean, not incredible. It's like, what's the word I'm searching for? I don't know what the word I'm searching for is. It's intense to have to like go through like the rest of your life like that. Although I'm sure that he learned to get by, as one would have to. What is your other option? All right, how many additional packages do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is going to be 5. This is going to be 5. The cookie's coming out of the oven in just a few minutes here. And then when those come out, let's see, how are these? I am just going to get, these are like, these cool down really quickly. Maybe I will package those and just see how it goes, because they're not going to be in the packaging for too terribly long. If I give them to the teachers, I imagine they will open them within like a day. And then if not, I've got 1, 2, 3 packages here. Right on. Yeah, they've cooled down quite a bit. Those were on the counter for a while before I transferred them to the rack. Okay, yeah. I'm like, wow, they came out of the oven and cooled, but no, functionally I'd let those sit out there because I knew that I didn't need the tray. So I just like, they're sitting in the tray for quite a bit of time. Anyway, squeaky cheese curds now. The ones that, yeah, I know what you mean. A cheese factory though. That's intense. A commercial vacuum sealer. Damn. How many calories are each pack? I have no clue. No idea at all. I do not believe that nutrition information was included with these cookies. I did not, in fact, include nutrition information. I never have with any of the cookies that I've made. All right, oven is off. Oven is off. Lights are off. Camera is off. And we're just wrapping up these like we have. Vacation calories. Guess I can't. I honestly don't know. Like 250 per cookie. They have pecans in them. So like they have nuts. So nuts have a relatively high caloric count and also relatively high nutritional density. There's quite a bit of sugar in these. But no, I can't. I venture to guess, but like that guess is certainly not going to be anything close to accurate. I feel like what you could do, if that was a thing you were concerned about, is you could take all of the ingredients and put them into something like MyFitnessPal as ingredients, and then just say that these things have 18 servings, because it makes 18 cookies. Or no, sorry, 27 servings, because I changed the size. That's what you could do if you were inclined. I am clearly not inclined to do that. An omelet in an air fryer. Yeah. Unnecessary. Extremely unnecessary. Oh my god. Do y'all know, are you familiar with Chef Reactions? The guy, he does like TikToks and Instagram, YouTube content. That's the type of shit that he covers that I think is just abhorrent. He had one from the other day that was someone making like French toast by dumping ice cream on a grill. And I was just like, just fucking awful. Just awful. Silly. It's like ridiculous and unnecessary, I think is the point. Okay, let's do one more bag because I have one more bag. Have not happened upon him. I mean, it's just Chef Reactions. He also streamed on Twitch for a while. I don't think that he does anymore. Or at least if he does, I haven't seen him. His stuff is pretty funny. I really appreciate him because he's like an actual former chef who just started making like silly TikToks and people liked it and started like, you know, whatever. He got really popular and was like, hey, I take care of my grandma. Making these videos has allowed me to quit my job as a chef and like take care of my grandmother. Thank you. And I'm like, oh, that's really wholesome, friend. Like, I love it. Not friend. He's not a friend. We don't know each other. But anyway. The new Snapchat? Oh, God. Can I tell you that I used to have a Snapchat when it came out? Like, yeah, Grandma Reactions is so cute. We're finished vacuum sealing. We're finished. I had Snapchat when it came out. I still do, I think. I'm assuming I still do, unless they deleted my account. I haven't used it in like a decade. More. Last time I used Snapchat was probably 2015 when I use it for work. Back when I used to do work that included running other people's social media accounts, which is not a thing I do anymore because I don't even run my own. I mean, I do. What I mean to say is I don't do anything with them. Mini omelet with an emergency camp stove. Yeah, the little camp stoves. Those would be fun. All right, I have a tray of cookies that came out of the oven. It is over here on the counter cooling. A 2,800 day streak. That means that's years. That's so long. That's kind of incredible. That's the sort of thing that when eventually. Like, they're never gonna stop doing that, and eventually when Snapchat, like, you know, recedes back into the ether, it's gonna be really upsetting to lose. Like, it'll actually be upsetting. That's a long time. It sounds very, that's the type of, like, wholesome shit I can get behind. The, like, you know, staying connected to someone through that. Velas, I believe you. I haven't been on Snapchat in a decade. You got Snap? No, don't talk to me. Thanks though. If someone asks you for your Snapchat, just don't. Just like if someone asks you what time of day you were born. What's your birthday? Yeah? Oh. What time of day were you born? No. Get out. Seven and a half years. Jesus, that's so long. It's basically TikTok. Well, I don't use that either. So, like, if we're If we're being honest with each other here, I'm not using TikTok either, so it's kind of like it's all gonna be the same to me. I'm also not gonna get on Snapchat or TikTok. An easy Sunday afternoon at 4:20. Nice. Right at the sort of siesta time, right between lunch and dinner. That's nice if your parents were like, you were an easy child. Because there's definitely some folks out there who are like, I labored for 30 hours, 45 hours, and then now I'm going to tell you about it for the rest of your life. That does happen. We've all had that happen. We have not all had that happen, clearly. Reach baby, jeez. Get the tongs, Mike says. Bless my mama. Yeah. I was born just after lunchtime. For what that's worth. But I'm not going to tell you what day. Because I don't like celebrating my birthday. But you can tell me happy birthday anytime you want to.
Excuse me, Daddy.
One of these days,
Sorry.
you'll be correct.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy, sorry.
There it is.
Daddy, sorry. Daddy,
There
sorry.
it is.
Daddy, sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy, bye.
Happy birthday. Thank you, Ava. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. In one of the multiverses today is, in fact, my birthday. Wouldn't you know? Well, friends, I think we did really well today. We have a bunch of cookies to send out. We have all the boxes ready. We have all the popcorn ready. We have the cards and the swag and all the things are ready. And now the cookies. Avo, I know. See, the thing that happened today is I was actually planning on streaming longer today. Like I really was. I was planning on like going quite a bit longer. But today is a back to school night day for me. So, I have to pop off a little early because I need to get ready for back to school night. That's right. It is dad duty day. We will be back though on Tuesday. Tuesday, I'm not sure what we're going to do. Well, I know more specifically on Tuesday, we're going to, probably do some recipe development and testing. That's going to be, I'm thinking probably the biggest thing to do on Tuesday. Today we're going to raid someone who I don't think we've ever raided before, but who has been in who has been food and drink streamer for a very long time. Who is we're going to raid Till Days. Sorry, Till Days is her name. She goes by Tilly. She is doing pizza party day, Chicago deep dish pizza. Tilly has been a long time food and drink streamer, super consistent. Always has an interesting menu, always something kind of unique. I know she also does gaming, so she's currently making pizza and will probably be doing some gaming afterward. I do not know what game today. Anyway, we haven't raided Tilly before because usually she's finished up by the time we're ready to raid, and that's not the case today, so it's actually kind of nice that we can get to do that. So, appreciate y'all for hanging out today. The goodbye sounds are on. The raid messages are in chat. Thank you, Sofa. I appreciate it.
Bye.
There are some social media links in chat as well. if you're interested in following elsewhere on the internet. Discord is the best place probably to actually get in touch with me if you want like a response. Don't hold your breath. I will respond eventually. I promise you. Go subscribe on YouTube. That'd be amazing if you do. And what else? That one's always really creepy. That one gets me. Always. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today, y'all. We'll be mailing cookies on Friday, tomorrow morning, first thing in the morning. And if you're expecting cookies this month, they will probably be out to you early in the week. They look like this. Gentle reminder that if you are lurking, I appreciate you. Thank you for your lurk. If you're lurking and not following, it's a great time to hit the follow button before we go. But otherwise, we'll see you on Tuesday. I might stream on Sunday. I don't know. It'll be in Discord. Bye.
Yeah, I have to tamp it down a little bit. Yo, eat it, dads! Welcome, Raiders. How you guys doing? Fluff, welcome. We're cooking here today, Chicago deep dish pizza. Not as deep as sometimes it can be. But thank you for that. Follow Welcome to Kitchen now. Puddle Lobster Squad. Snip snap. What you been doing, dads? And by the way, if you're coming through Mrs. Handy Kitchen and Eat It Dads, if you have pictures, feel free. Feel free to post them if you're. I made you some content. You will not